will express a warm and respectful welcome to the 14th International Conference, Confluence 2024, Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering, organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. As one of the leading global universities, Amity University is dedicated towards its responsibility of imparting its students with strong foundation and a platform for the empirical inquisition. With this agenda, Conference 2024 intends to bring together professionals, academicians, industry experts, researchers, and enthusiasts to discuss various emerging trends and innovations, share research results, and new directions in the field of next generation technologies. It is our great privilege and honor to have amongst us Professor Dr. Gautam Srivastav. Dr. Gautam Srivastav, senior member, IEEE, has extensive editorial experience, including with the IEEE transactions on fuzzy systems, the IEEE transactions on industrial informatics, the IEEE transactions on the intelligent transportation systems, ACM transactions on internet technology, and ACM transactions on low resource Asian languages. He received his BSc from Briarcliff University in 2004, followed by an MSc and PhD from the University of Victoria in 2006 and 2012, respectively. He then worked for 3 years at the University of Victoria before beginning a tenure track position at Random University in 2014, where he is currently an assistant professor. Dr. Srivastav's research focuses on data mining and big data, and he has published 400 papers in high-impact conferences and journals with over 7,000 citations. He has held adjunct positions in Canada, Taiwan, India, and China, and has given keynote addresses at many conferences. He currently holds federal grants through NSERC, MITACS, and CIARA, and serves as a section chair for the NSERC Discovery Grant Evaluation Group for Computer Science. Now I request to Dr. Gautam Srivastav to kindly address the gathering with his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. Are you able to enable me to share my screen?
Sure, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible, sir.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks for the warm welcome. Happy to provide a talk today to the Confluence conference in India. So happy to share some thoughts on security. Just a little bit about me, I guess, other than the brief introduction. I've really been focusing of late on looking at more security vulnerabilities in different avenues of research, be it, the common Internet of Things, network traffic, databases, and this talk, which is going to focus more on cloud and looking at the different vulnerabilities that may exist there with cloud computing and cloud infrastructure in general. So just in general, when we think about, giving or possessing cybersecurity, sometimes we need to look at things more from a holistic standpoint first. So you kind of broaden your horizons a little bit and remove yourself from the problem, and then try to figure out what exactly you're looking to do. So this first slide kind of looks to present what exactly we look at when we're looking at a holistic cybersecurity view. The number one thing that you need to think about when you're thinking about providing cybersecurity is, what sort of policies you're working under, because especially with cloud, different countries will have different rules and regulations, policies, as I've kind of put it here, as far as how to control data. For example, in North America, we're kind of bound by something called FIPA, which kind of dictates how security and how data privacy needs to deal with. The second thing that you need to focus on when you're thinking about cybersecurity is who are the actors, malicious actors? What types of attacks are you trying to prevent? And for each infrastructure that you deal with, those threat attacks are going to be different. So for example, something that most people know about a little bit is, when we're working on our PC and our laptop and we're connected to a network, that network is always going to be vulnerable to something called a denial of service attack. And this is where a malicious actor basically, floods the system with, nonsense requests to fill different types of requests. And so that denial of service for that infrastructure doesn't allow us to operate at normal speeds. And so in cloud, we also need to take that approach, and I'll get into that a little bit more later on. What are the threat attacks that we're kind of protecting ourselves against? So that's kind of the what and the why. And then the next thing, once you know that, so what are the policies that kind of govern you? And then who are the threat actors and threat attacks that you're working on? Then you have to start thinking about, okay, well, how am I going to deal with these issues? And so if we have one threat attack, two types of threat attacks, usually it's multiple different types of threat attacks. Our main focus needs to be on, number one is not only to protect the system. So this is in advance. How can we add to our infrastructure if we're using cloud computing or we're using some sort of cloud infrastructure? How can we add to our system as far as security and privacy to protect the system? The next thing is, the truth of the matter is that as much as we do to protect our system, we're still going to suffer from attacks. There's still going to be attempts at attacks. There's also probably still going to be successful attacks. And so the next thing is, how do we go about detecting? How do we detect when we're trying to be attacked? Or how do we detect when a malicious actor is trying to break into our system or is trying to take over some of our computational power on the cloud? How do we detect that and limit the amount of negative impact that has on a given system? So, you kind of sums it up over here. We need to be able to respond and defend simultaneously. And then on this side, we also need to enable and enforce. So on the protect side, we're looking to enable based on policy and then enforce that policy. And on the threat actor side, threat attacks, respond to threats, and then defend against threats. And this holistic approach all basically needs to happen all the time and constantly. We can't take breaks when we're doing this. It has to be ongoing. And so the main issue with securing cloud computing is that we can't do it all the time, all at once, at an efficient manner. And so we need to figure out some sort of what's called dynamic balance between that. And what that basically means is that we can't so good security and good privacy require not only some level of computational storage, but more importantly, high computational load. So there's a lot of computational load that goes into providing good security and good privacy. So we need to balance that out. And so we think of that in terms of a dynamic balance to try to create a better security and privacy infrastructure while still allowing our cloud computing and our cloud infrastructure to have services available to users that want to use those systems. And so when we then next think about, okay, well, when we're thinking about, well, what are the applications that cloud computing is being used in, I kind of have it boiled down into kind of this short list for today. Cloud computing is seeing itself being used a lot in IoT, so Internet of Things. So any sort of device that we're basically connecting to the internet through some sort of application that we're using that's sharing and processing data, that kind of falls under the scope of IoT. The next one is looking at, as far as application content for cloud computing, these cyber physical systems. And the cyber physical systems are becoming more and more predominant these days. These are systems that require high levels of computational power and computational storage load to be able to operate. And so the balance needs to be a little bit different for each one of these systems. The next is enterprise software. So you're at university there at at Amity, they'll be using some sort of legacy enterprise software. Those tend to also use cloud computing these days or some form of cloud storage. We need to provide security and privacy for that as well. And then obviously I've already talked about this a little bit. The cloud computing means that we're relying on the cloud infrastructure to provide computational support. And so that kind of plays into things. And then the last two are a little bit newer in the sense that we're finding ourselves, especially with our youth, who are connected through their mobile devices, probably 99% of their lives. They're interacting socially through applications. These applications end up storing a lot of data on the cloud. That data becomes vulnerable to security and privacy breaches. And so we need to think about how we're going to protect against that. And then the last one is probably a little bit more, modern, kind of coming out in the last, 3 to 5 years, this idea of the metaverse. And then the metaverse definitely relies on both cloud computing and cloud infrastructure to actually present itself. Because the metaverse is growing so large and sharing lots of data, that's where it kind of comes into play in being able to provide security and privacy in that domain as well. So kind of these are the main domains that we need to look at. Now, each one of these domains has its own problems. Each one of these domains also needs its own unique solutions, because the threats against these different systems differ a little bit, and differ mostly not in terms of the type of attack, but more so in what the attacker is actually looking for when they're trying to get into these systems. So in IoT, we kind of have these use cases. You've probably either have this in your homes or used one of these. In IoT, our main use cases that we tend to look at for providing cybersecurity is smart homes. In smart homes, we're talking about your appliances, your thermostat, your cell phone, your audio system, your video system, all being connected through this smart home. Most of these smart home devices are meant to perform at high usability. And what that basically means is they want to provide a good experience to people that use them. So if you think about your audio system or your video system connected to your TV, we connect those to our smart home, but the main reliance of those systems is on usability, meaning that providing a good experience for the user. So security becomes an afterthought. However, we still see you as a user connecting your cell phone to these networks that are sharing personal data about yourself. And so it becomes a huge security vulnerability in systems. Another big one is wearable IoT devices. So I don't know how many people in the audience have these smartwatches. These smartwatches are used to not only connect to your cell phone to be able to provide some usability there, but also they're collecting vital information about you. So your heartbeat, the number of steps that you walk, and then they're transferring that information to your cell phone or the cloud for storage and for computation to figure out patterns in your usage and your walking and your heart rate. And so these are a huge vulnerability and security because they are sharing your own personal private information. And so connected to that is this idea of smart health, where we're using digital, sensors and digital wearable devices to be able to track your movements, be it for health reasons or for personal reasons. Again, with health data, we really need to worry about security vulnerabilities in being able to access and keep that data private. So we're more so focused on access control there. And then more of a newer one these days, we're getting into this idea of cars having, hundreds of sensors on them, collecting data about drivability and then your position. in a smart city. And so these become vulnerabilities as well, because now we're talking about actual risk of life, because if someone was to hack into your smart vehicle, they may actually be able to control it remotely, especially if it's an autonomous vehicle. And so these pose new problems that we need to think about. So when we're talking about threats, we kind of define threats into three main kind of levels. One is military grade threat, one is professional, and one is amateur. When we're talking about military, we're talking about really, really secure information, something that would be of military grade information that needs to be kept private. The level of security and the level of privacy that we need to present or be able to put on those systems is quite high. Professional, more so probably in the world that you're in. You're in university, you have accounts with your university that store your personal information. They store maybe payment information like credit card information or bank account information, and they store your personal identifications that can easily, if stolen, be used to create fake identifications or solicit fraud in your name. And so that kind of falls into the threat grade of professional. The last is amateur. And so when we're talking about amateur, we're talking more so about some of the applications that you use. So most people probably in the audience are on WhatsApp. You're using applications like TikTok, and you're using applications like Snapchat. That's more of an amateur level. The threat index there is a little bit lower. People that are doing attacks at that level are really more looking to get into information to cause a nuisance. They're less inclined to be trying to steal information at that level to actually cause any actual harm. And so attached to those threat grades, then we also need to take an equivalent threat posture. And what that basically means is, what security posture are we going to map to the threat grade to actually be able to stop that? So they kind of line up side by side here, if you want to think about it. A military posture would be really, really high level security, really, really high level protection against that, against threat attacks there. Professional level is a little bit lower. A good example of that is the encryption and decryption used at ATM machines, or for any sort of banking machines that you're using, or if you're making purchases in a grocery store. And then the last one is the amateur level. I use Snapchat, TikTok. You can kind of throw some other stuff in there, like your exercise routines, if you're mapping them on a treadmill, or your wearable devices and you're mapping kind of your exercise patterns on that. And then that kind of goes in the amateur level. Because of the systems, the operating systems that those systems are used on, so be it treadmills or wearable devices, their computational power or ability to actually provide security is a lot lower. And so our security posture also needs to match the level of the computational infrastructure that we actually have access to provide security. And so that's kind of where we kind of look to match things up. What is our threat grade? What are we looking to protect? And then we take a security posture that kind of maps that. So here I kind of give some examples here, as far as what sort of an example we would look to provide a security posture against. So here we can kind of see that I line up professional with professional here. So now when we think about cloud, and we think about cloud computing, and we think about cloud storage, we kind of look at something like this as far as what our cloud-enabled IoT kind of looks like. This is our cloud-enabled IoT, or CE IoT. So we kind of think about our cloud computing sitting up here in what we define as kind of the aggregate cloud. It's not a physical place. It's kind of a collection of cloud data centers that are kind of connected, that together provide this aggregated cloud that allow us to have high levels of computation available to us outside of the realm of the device or machine that we're kind of working on. That kind of connects up through the second layer here, which is our edge and fog computing. So this is more talking about taking it down a level into these kind of like sub clouds, if you want to think about it. They're more location based. So, I think right now you're in Delhi in India. There may be multiple edge cloud cloudlets there that you can kind of connect to provide some sort of cloud computing and cloud infrastructure to you. And they're more location based there. And then here at the bottom here, this is where you kind of see all your Internet of Things devices. So here we have our smart cars and our smart vehicles. Over here, we have our smart homes and our smart buildings. And over here, we have more of our cyber physical systems and our sensor devices that may be throughout our smart cities that would be in use. So these devices on their own don't have a lot of computational power. They're more focused on the application level where they're providing services to people that use them. They get connected up through edge cloudlets to the aggregate cloud to kind of create this idea of having unlimited computational power to be able to do a lot of their transactions and be able to do a lot of their computation. And so when we think about these architectures, we can kind of further break it down here, where we're kind of looking at systems that are multi-cloud. So multi-cloud, basically, there's multiple clouds that we kind of try to connect together, either through cloud, edge cloud, or edge, or a single cloud where we have these cloudlets. And then depending on our use case, we have a bunch of different use cases here. So here we're looking at different types of dynamic environments to be able to provide that. So what is our basic architecture here? How things look? We want to think of things always starting at the application layer. So what are the applications that we need to run? And then based on that, we want to move upwards here through the cloud services layer. The cloud services layer basically figure out how much computational power is needed. Then we go through this virtual object layer, then the object abstraction layer, and then the object layer itself. And then here is where the user basically has direct interaction through the object layer, because the objects are what define what actually needs computation. This is the enhanced ACO architecture. We have a more basic form, which is called the ACO architecture. ACO here stands for access control orientated. What this basically means is the orientation of our interaction with different applications has to happen through some sort of access to control. And what that allows us to do is define which users have access to which different parts of the cloud and which ones don't. So if we take a specific example here as far as wearables go, we think about with the wearables down here at the object layer. So these are our smartwatches, our Fitbits, things like that. They then connect up through the object abstraction layer, usually through an IoT device like a cell phone or a tablet. So these on their own have low computational abilities. They're more focused on usability of the user that's using them. The next level up is the object abstraction layer, where they're connected up through cell phones or tablets that then basically provide a little bit more computational power. But through that, through our devices at the next level, we create these virtual objects. And these virtual objects allow us to interact up through our layers up to the application layer. Up through there basically is our cloudlets and our cloud computing, where we allow for computation, storage, analysis, and then the policies that kind of go along with the data to be able to figure out what data can be shared, what data can't be shared. And then lastly, we have this application layer that basically feeds its way up. We see something similar for smart health, where we have basically Alice kind of as a patient, and then we have this object layer, object abstraction layer, virtual object layer, where we have temperature sensors, blood pressure, and so on. And then we have our cloud services layer, which here provides big data analytics and maybe some primary care cloud storage for our personal health information. And then up here are our physicians that can kind of sit up here and kind of analyze some of this data that's appearing in the cloud services layer at other locations to provide, services to remote patients. So we can assume that patients like Alice are sitting either on their couch in another city or in some small village, but they have internet access, and so they can collect all this data about themselves and then feed it up through the cloud. So then it kind of sits on the cloud, and then specialists and physicians can kind of look at some of that information. So that's kind of a few examples of how this cloud-enabled IoT would work in either smart health or wearable devices. And we need to be able to provide security for some of that stuff. So moving forward, because I'm kind of running out of time here and I actually want to get to some access control examples. So here we kind of see some of this communication control here, where the access and communication control can be shown through different architectures. So again, we're looking at the device or the bottom layer here. We have a bunch of stuff. These gateways then within them can provide different types of security and privacy through, passwords, multi-factor authentication, encryption and decryption, to make sure that when data is actually stored on the cloud, it meets some of those policy requirements to maintain both the security of the data, the privacy of the data, and the integrity of the data. Because over time, we want this data to be able to be accessible by different people and maintain the integrity that it needs to maintain over time. So here in this slide, it's just looking at being able to look deeper into these cloud platforms and see that a bunch of these virtual objects that end up sitting on the cloud end up interacting with these databases that need to store this information. And so databases by default do have some level of protection in there, but we need to maintain the fact that we need to provide encryption, decryption, multi-factor authentication to anyone trying to access and get control or be able to view any of this information. Here's a few more examples on, these cloud-enabled IoT for smart cars, working very similarly to some of the other examples, but here we're focused on these smart cars having wireless capabilities, either through the cell phone that's connected through it, or if you're with a company like Cadillac or General Motors, they have their own satellite-based wireless infrastructure, and then having the data that's collected then flow up through the cloud, being stored on the cloud, and then being able to provide different levels of security and privacy based on that. I'm almost out of time. I kind of wanted to leave with one thing here, so I'll kind of move ahead. I know I only had 30 minutes and I want to save some time for questions. So kind of the main takeaways here from my talk is that when we're talking about cloud security vulnerabilities, there's lots of threat actors, doing things like denial of service attacks, access control attacks, and other ones trying to get access to your data. We need to focus, number one, on access control. And what that basically means is that only parties that are interested in our data need to have access to that data. And so we can do that through, hashing and making sure that we use multi-factor authentication and create policy to dictate who actually has access to our data. The other thing I wanted to focus on here is that when anything is stored on the cloud, we need to maintain the integrity of the data by using different types of encryption and decryption, not only when we store it, but when we're pulling it off the cloud. And so algorithms like AES and newer algorithms like Blowfish can be used to provide that, where the control of the key that's going to be used for encryption and decryption is in the control of the party, be it you or whoever is using one of these smart devices, to be able to grant access to that information. So I think that's 9:45 now there. I'm going to kind of stop there and kind of leave it open to any sort of discussion or questions that the audience.
Sir, have you finished? Or
Yeah, and I can take questions if anyone has any questions.
okay. Anyone has any questions? If anyone has any questions, our honorable speaker here is to address them. Anyone, any queries? Sir, we will email you the queries as we get them from our fellow students, and then we will let you know.
Sure, no problem. Yeah, I know you have other talks today.
Yes,
So
sir, you
thanks.
can.
Obviously, a lot of you are doing research. I mean, cloud computing security and privacy is a very hot topic, and a lot of the results could be further improved if you want to take it on as a research project, because there's lots of open problems in cloud computing and cloud storage, security and privacy. So I recommend you taking that on if you're interested.
Okay, sir. Sir, if possible, can you please share your email ID so students can reach out to you?
Sure. Sorry.
Now, going with the second keynote, it is a great privilege and honor to have amongst us Professor Dr. Mohammad Helmi. Professor Dr. Mohammad Helmi Abdul Wahab is a lecturer and head of Intelligent System Lab at the Department of Computer Engineering, Faculty of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia, UTHM. He received a Bachelor of Information Technology with honors from University Utara, Malaysia, and Master of Science Intelligence System from the same university in 2002 and 2004, respectively. His research interests are in data mining, artificial intelligence, mobile and wireless computing, and web-based applications. He has published several papers in various journals and conferences at national and international level. He is a member of IEEE Computer Society, IENG, and IAC-SIT. He is actively involved in many academic activities, such as being invited speaker at ICR IPA 2015 India, IPART 2015 UTP, IPARTI 2014 UNIMAP, and IPARTI 2012 UIPM. He held several research grants, won several medals in research and innovation showcases, and awarded several publication awards and teaching awards. He has authored and co-authored two books in database system 2013, and this book received consolation prize by Society of Science and Mathematics, Malaysia, that is PEA SAMA, in 2014, and WAP application 29 published several both local and international book chapters, more than 100 research papers in conferences and peer-reviewed journals. Now I request Dr. Mohammad Helmi to kindly address the gathering with his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to give a little bit sharing on the talk. Here I will share my screen.
Yes, sir. Sir, you can share the screen now.
Yes. Okay, so is it my screen visible to everyone?
Yeah, sir. Your screen is visible. You can slide share your PPT.
All right. Okay. Thank you for the moderator. Okay. So in this conference, I would like to talk about the cyber physical concept in designing the smart application for community. Okay, so basically, what we did at our university, so it's a technical university, we are also engaging with the people surrounding. Okay, basically, most of them are the rural area, and to help them to develop some kind of application that might be useful for the certain communities in order to get some benefit from that. Okay, so I'm currently the principal research fellow at the Advanced Telecommunication Research Center at the Faculty of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, UTHM, Malaysia. All right, so this is where our university is located. Okay, well, we can see that our university is located at the southern part of Malaysia, which is, we call it the town of Batu Pahat. Okay, southern part, which is about 1.5 hours from Singapore and 3 hours from Kuala Lumpur. All right. And basically, we have the three main campuses. Okay, we have the main campuses in Parit Raja, Batu Pahat. Okay, so this is our main campus. And we have the another branch campus, which is in Pago. Okay, this is another branch. And we have another second campus, which is located at the Tanjung Labu. So where is the small airport there for our aero program there. Okay, so this is basically the quite nearest campus between each campus, okay, in the Batu Pahat. All right, so basically this is about our faculty. Okay, we have about 9 faculties, and around 13,000 students. And then we have the Flight Academy for the Asia Aeronautical Training Academy program, okay, in the southern part of Malaysia. Okay, so this is our building for the faculty. So I will just, this building is just finished in 2016, which is moved in. And from here, we have 5 departments inside, all right? It is a little bit about university. All right. So when we talk about this one, so this is my area. So we are working on this AI plus this, we have the some kind of the IoT labs here. So most of the application, okay, that we are dealing with the cyber physical system, so we engaging the cyber system and then the physical system as well in order to control each other. Okay, so this is what we are talking about. All right. So as we all know that the terms of cyber physical system emerged in 2006. All right. At the National Science Foundation in the US. So we can see that from the diagram. So we can see that we have several platforms, okay, that can be controlled to the physical plant. All right. So we have the platform one, we have the sensor one, and we have the computation engine one, and we have the platform two. We have the sensor two and computation two, and as well as we have the sensor and actuator. Okay, and these kind of these sensors and actuators are connected with the physical plant, so that we can control the physical using the cyber application. Okay, so this is basically the idea, the very simple idea. Okay, we just want to control, just like we are using the mobile phone, okay, the mobile apps, okay, to control the lights, to control the car, okay, to control everything outside. Okay, so there are so many applications that is taking place, okay, by utilizing this kind of cyber physical system, even though it has been introduced in 2006, long time ago. All right, so since the coming in of the industrial revolution 4.0, okay, so with the coming in of the other components like the big data, information security, additive manufacturing, that makes this kind of concepts strengthened together so that we can apply in more wide area. All right. So basically, what we are focusing in this university, so we are focusing on the application of the how do we manage the waste, how do we manage the transportation. Okay, so these are some of the applications that we are currently working together in the lab, and we bring into the community surrounding in order to make sure that this kind of application can be applied together. As well as we also try to work with the some kind of what we call it the government agencies and private sectors, okay, in order to commercialize together, okay, in order to get to ensure that this kind of application can get benefit from to the people surroundings. All right. So as we all know that this is the CPS's engineered system, okay, which is built from and depend upon the seamless integration station and the physical components, okay, which is the integrated between the internet and the physical components. Okay, so that most of the advanced CPS will enable the capability. So we're talking about to improve the capability of the system, to improve the adaptability of the system, and to increase the scalability of the system, as well as the safety, security, and usability. All right. So basically, most of these are when we are dealing with the critical system. All right. Okay. And then the CPS also will use to transform the way of people interact. Okay. As we all know, everyone has a mobile phone in your hands. Okay. Various application, various apps in your mobile phone. So you can use that to control and to interact with all those systems. Okay. We are not just getting the information from that physical system. However, we can interact, we can exchange the data together. That's why we call it the IoT coming in, okay, where we can accept and receive the value from the sensors instead of we are exchanging information together from apps to apps. Now we can see we can exchange the information from the sensor to apps, sensor to server, server to sensors, and so as so these are the we try transforming the way of people interact with the engineered system. All right. So this is some kind of the major societal impact, okay, on the application domain. Okay, so we are focusing on the most of the agriculture system. Okay, we are developing the smart IoT navigation system. We are working on the aeronautics, okay, building design, civil infrastructure, especially more focused on the transportation, energy, renewable energy for the solar, okay, environmental quality, okay, to improve the quality of the environment, okay, healthcare and personalized medicine for those who are working in the biomedical engineering, okay, as well as the manufacturing. Okay, so this is some of the domains that tackle of the CPS application become popular. Okay, with the coming in of the component of the IR 4.0 together, so we can integrate with this concept plus with the IR 4.0 components to become the smart system. Okay, we call it the smart application. All right, so that but we can say that the CPS also is a kind of cyber, okay, plus physical, which is the cyber world, internet connected, and then we have the physical controller as well, and also they involve with some computation plus dynamics plus some kind of communication mechanism, and as well as with the we come with the security and plus safety features. Okay, so these are some what we call it the simple definition of the CPS or cyber physical system. All right. Okay, so these are the challenges. Okay, when we talk about the CPS system, okay, especially for those who are working in the multidisciplinary area. Yes, as we all know that we have the comes with the multiple background, multiple domains. Okay, sometimes when we having some kind of restriction in order to work together. Okay, because when we are developing the system, we need to face all these kind of people. Okay, so every people has their own perspective or perception on the certain application, so that by utilizing this kind of CPS system, we can use one system that can integrate to all these people. Okay, especially for those who are working in the other area like the big data, those who are working in the networking, those working on the IoT, those working on the cloud computing. Okay, so these are the things that we need to integrate together so that we can make sure that all these kind of people can use integrated system. Okay, but now we can have with the coming of the big data, for example, say all the data coming in either from the sensor, either from the application, also can be pulled together. We have the data lake. Okay, and then we have some kind of physical robots as well as to ensure to interact with the physical environment, and we have some kind of network in order to ensure that all these kind of technology can be integrated together and communicate and interact together. Okay, so these are the challenges that we face, especially when we are dealing with this kind of application. All right, so that when we talk about this kind of the development, okay, when we talk about the development, we are normally utilizing this kind of three types of steps. Okay, we call it the modeling, design, and analysis. Okay, so first we model the system, okay, using some kind of modeling techniques, and after that we come up with the design. Okay, we design the structure creation, and then we do some analysis, okay, to gain the deeper understanding of the system. Okay, so this is the way we try to utilize, and that this method we try to develop by using the simple mathematical model, okay, and coming up with the design, and then we do some analysis, and after that we do some testing on the certain application. Okay, so what we want to show here, we just have I just want to show some of the successful and ongoing project, okay, an ongoing research project that related to CPS system that we already developed and have the community with the involvement of the student with the university as well. Okay, because we are involving especially the master and PhD student undergraduate student, okay, for their final year project, okay, in order to involve together with them, okay, let's communicate with them together with the people outside so that they can learn how to talk and to communicate with the people outside, as well as we just bring them also to exhibit, okay, the application into the some kind of the exhibition uh, and competition activities. All right, so these are some of the recent smart application that I just want to discuss together. Okay. All right, so this is what we call it. The this one is the most not necessarily the most recent, but it just started in 2019. Okay, we just finished this kind of application. Okay, which is the real-time driver drowsiness detection and monitoring system for the express buses and trucks. Okay, okay. Basically, the express buses for the long distance traveling, they are working and operated at night time. Okay, so we are include this system, okay, to help these drivers to ensure, okay, they are to avoid the drowsiness, and they can the system can be one of the detector, okay, to send the notification, okay, to the drivers and as well as to the supervisors. Okay, so this is basically has been done by our a few final year project students plus the master student working in one lab to propose the system. And also we are collaborating with one of the private sector, we call it the Atlantis Pro together in order to commercialize this system together. All right, so this is basically the idea how the process of this the time driver detection system working. We including the image processing plus the IoT as well as the AI system. Okay, so by integrating this kind of system so that we can use this system and try to apply the system in most of these trucks and express buses together. And as we all know that this system also has been exhibited in the 2020, and also we received some recognition in the European Euro Invent in 2021, okay, for these prototypes. All right. Okay, so this is some of the student. Okay, I bring the student to the exhibition, okay, to exhibit the application together, so that this is the way we try to bring the student from outside the campus. They try to communicate with the people. They try to present everything to the outside people instead of their lecturers and the colleagues. Okay, so this is the way how do we increase the soft skill from the student as well. All right, so this is one of the example, one of the local innovation and exhibition creativity activities that we bring them together. All right, and then after that we bring them to another places, okay, where they can stay the what we call it the northern part of Malaysia to exhibit again the same application, so that we receive some kind of the best project together. So this one is give benefits to the student when they are graduated, and most of these industry they are looking for that this kind of people with this some kind of skills together. And as well as when I visited some of the transportation companies like express buses for the trucks companies as well, so they are looking the system that can help and improve, okay, their drivers behavior, drivers attitude during the driving during that time. Okay. Okay, so these are some of the recognition that we received from the Euro Event 2021, okay, related to this application. And then this is another group working on the smart street light monitoring system, okay, using the IoT platform, okay, because of most of these street light um, uh, fail to work when they have the some kind of the accident, okay, or the failure. So this one, by including the IoT platform inside the street light, it will give the notification when they are failed to operate to the authority. So the authority, because this area is a quite rural area, okay, surrounding our university. So if we don't have these street lights, okay, light has become very dark at the night time. Okay, so that it requires the emergency response from the authority to maintain, okay, the failure street lights available. Okay, so this is another part. We already finished the prototype, and also we are working with the Atlantis Pro companies as well, okay, to commercialize this kind of application. So what I'm talking that we are trying to bring this what kind of type the real problem. Okay, we try to bring the real problem from outside. Okay, bring into the university. We give to the students, so the student try to solve the real problem. So that when the student is able to solve the real problems, including the collaboration with the industry, it will strengthen, okay, the gap between the university industry uh, collaboration and relationship. Okay, so from this one, it will bring the some kind of benefits to the student to try to solve the real problem available. Okay, so these are some of the another group. And this one is the most important thing. It's about the waste management, which is the most challenges and the hot topics nowadays. We're talking about the waste management system. Okay, so this is something that we try to use this smart recycle bin as well. Okay, this one is the improved version from the previous version. We've been developed these various kind of types, and now we have reached to the 9 version of smart recycle bin as well. Okay, so the main idea of this kind of smart recycle bin is not to the main purpose is to increase the awareness. Okay, as we all know, the people living in the rural area, they have no awareness even though we have the facilities. Okay, we have some kind of facilities provided everywhere. We have some kind of specific bins we place to the certain places, but the people never care about the colors, about the purpose of the facilities that we provide there. Okay, for example, nowadays we are talking about the recycle waste. We have the 3 colors. For example, the blue is for papers, the green, the orange for the plastic. Okay, so that the people never care about it. So we want to increase that kind of awareness, the importance of the recycling. So that from there we try to introduce the smart of the recycle. That is another word is smart. We call it the CPS system. We try to increase the awareness by providing the reward points. If we are putting the waste into the right bins, okay, there is some kind of mechanism that we try to develop some kind of panels there. So we try to use the RFID so that we can use the some kind of to capture the weights of the waste, and then all the weights will be converted to the points, and the points also will be converted into the some kind of money that we can use to merchandise to somewhere. Okay, so this is the idea. Okay, because of no most of these people in Malaysia at that time, we have the very low awareness about this recycling. Okay, it's about 5%, and our ministry as well also planning to increase the awareness up to 22%. Okay, so that we propose the 3R idea, okay, which is the smart recycle bin, to reduce, reuse, and recycle concept. Okay, so this is the way we try to use the technology by the CPS system, apply the IR 4.0 components together, and then we try to produce this kind of system. All right, so this is basically the current practice that we are currently doing. For those who are interested to collect all these some kind of what we call it the recycle waste, you bring it at home once a week. You do it. You bring in bulky to the drop-off points, and we are try to wait all the waste and we pay some money. So this is the common practice nowadays. However, by the utilizing the some kind of system, we are we are not required to collect this kind of waste bring home. Okay, so you just put away at the system, and then the system will try to weigh the waste and then try to reconvert the points real time. Okay, so that we don't need to bring like this. Okay, so this practice is already quite the traditional practice. Okay, so this is the traditional practice. Okay, and another problems that we have, this is the awareness problem, because the people never care about the facilities that we provide. Okay, even though they are mixed together. Okay, even though we try to separate the beans for the peppers and the plastic, they try to mix together as well. So this is another problem we try to solve by applying this kind of smart distribution. All right, so this is basically the architecture of the system. Okay, we have the three major parts, okay, of the CPS system. So we have the hardware system, the physical system, which is the number one, and we have the 2 and 3 system, which is the cyber system. Okay, so that from the 1, 2, 3 portion, okay, we have the hardware, we have the software, and we have the weight-based software. Okay, so this is a concept we try to apply. Okay, so from that, so any waste that we put inside the beans, they will try to weigh and then they calculate the points, and the points also will be transferred to the RFID to the local data processing center. And from the local data processing center, they will upload it to the web portal, and then this point also can be accessible to all the customers, okay, to all the users, okay, for those who are registered with the system. Okay, so this is another part that we try to work with one of the government agencies. We call it the Solid Waste Authority people. And then we also working when we found one of the Ministry of Local Government Malaysia, okay, to handle this kind of projects. All right, so these are some of these discussion, okay, during our lab. Okay, we bring them together to visit our lab, looking for the prototypes together. All right, and this is our first exhibition. Okay, as you can see from the picture, this is our deputy minister of science and technology, okay, testing the prototype, okay, at the Malaysia Technology Expo in 2014, long time ago. But now we already in 9 version of Smart Recycle Bin. Okay, so that what we can say that they already fund until now. By latest we received the latest fund from the Ministry of Higher Education plus Industries, around 100,000, okay, to improve the span of prototypes. All right, so this is the phase 2 for the local data processing center, where they are utilizing the RFID and local what we call it the client side application, okay, to upload all the data from the RFID card to the cloud server. And then we use this some kind of portal in order to ensure that the customer can check their points. They can can see the transaction records and to see the vouchers and redemption, as well as to do some general settings about the recycle waste conversion rates and voucher. So this is another the third phase of the development of the smart recycling. Okay. All right. So this is when we get invited as well to join the 1 million bottles organized by the Solid Waste and Public Cleansing Authority in 2015. Okay, and then we have the this is at this time we have the second prototype for the comments from the test. All right. And then this is our third prototype. Okay, this one is the picture during the lab scales. Okay, we are not able to disclose the actual because this is the button funding. Okay, so this is the prototype for the lab scale for the third version of the system. And this is when we try to do some pilot testing at the solid waste corporation. Okay, this is installation process. This one is for 2019, if I'm mistaken. 2019, we install with this kind of real application to the corporation. And also there is another problem we just identified for our student as well. Okay, the current the current prototype that we are currently developing, okay, has no mechanism to detect the trash when the bin is full. Okay, so there are some suggestions from the companies to include some kind of module to detect and send notification signal, as well as the location on maps to the local authority when the bin is full. This one to avoid some kind of overflow, okay, to the bins. All right. So this is the another problem we identified. Okay, this is the block diagram of the system. so that when the people throw away the waste and after the waste is full, okay, they will send a notification to the authorities. So the authority will try to empty the bin based on the location display on the system. All right. Okay, this is some kind of the output. Okay, when we try to bring this the student, okay, to bring the prototype to be exhibited at the several exhibition. Okay, so this prototype as well we bring to the three places. Okay, then they won some kind of gold medal and then give some recognition for the second prize from the IEEE Final Year Project competition. Okay, so these are some of the good sign of the student get recognized, okay, from them. Okay, so these are some of the event. Okay, I bring the student myself, okay, so that they can learn something from there. Okay, they try to learn to communicate with the people, with the external judges, and try to defend themselves, okay, regarding the prototype. All right, and this is another student also develop the same application by using the different platform. Okay, for example, this one is using the Bling and IoT. The previous one was using this GSM application. Okay, so this is another application. The same concept but different platforms. Okay, this one also will receive some kind of good comments from the industry. Okay, related to this application. All right. Okay, this is some kind of this achievement. All right, and this is another part of the application that utilizing the disabled people. Okay, we call it this MySign or wireless wearable sign language translator devices, because we just want to close in the gap between the normal people and the mute people. Okay, because normally mute people are communicating with sign language, but we as a normal people, we are unable to communicate with them with the sign language. So that what we try to develop is the apps that can translate the sign language using the smart globe, okay, which is used by the mute people. So all the sign language will be translated into the words. Okay, try to pronounce the words, and then we as a normal people can understand what they're trying to say. Okay, so this is also another long project. Okay, I just want to give the brief because the time constraint. All right, and this is another part of the intelligent mosquito trap system. Also the CPS system plus the AI system and IoT system in order to combat the dengue fever. Okay, by utilizing this kind of collaboration of the 3 university and 1 research institute together. So we try to solve this problem with the Ministry of Health Malaysia. Okay, so and then this is another part of the student try to solve the real problem that we bring in together. So they will receive some recognition in the northern part of Malaysia in exhibition activities. All right, so this is our team, okay, discuss for the intelligent mosquito trap system. All right, and this is last, I think, the system on IoT, okay, which is the development of the electric scooter, okay, electric scooter for the battery monitoring system. Yes, we all know this one of the applications that we apply in the transportation domain. Okay, most of these electric scooter or electric vehicle having the problem on the battery maintenance. Okay, the battery lifespan. Okay, most of the battery, normal battery, we can have to 4 or 5 years, and after that they can become degraded. Okay, once the battery become degraded, it is the role of the manufacturer to get back the old battery and replace the new one, and they try to reuse that battery to become the power bank. Okay, so this is the cycle they try to use to protect the environment. Okay, but now we are working with some kind of companies in one of the northern companies in Malaysia. Okay, so this is the company that we visited. The white scooter is utilizing the batteries, and the CEO of the company is with the red shirt there, and our team together we try to look at that. And as a conclusion as well, so we have so many applications nowadays. Okay, we are developing the current application. The latest one, which is the smart IoT identification system for the urban area. Okay, and then we are using the concept of cyber physical system with the presence of wireless communication technologies. Okay, especially we are utilizing most of the AI and IoT, okay, as well as the big data. Okay, so this is, as we all know, that the era of IR 4.0 has accelerated the development trust system to provide the new way of interaction between user and system, as well as system and system. So this is basically the concept of the CPS application that we are currently developing to help these communities surrounding the universities and then people in Malaysia as well. So I think I will stop now, and then if you have any question, you can uh, put in the chat or you can email me there in the screen. So I would like to hand over back to the moderator. Thank you very much. If you have any question.
Thank you, sir. You have really empowered us with the wisdom words you have given. And sir, as far as for the queries, I will share this email of yours with the students, and if they have queries, they will directly reach out to you.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Yeah. With this, we conclude the session. We hope that it was an enriching and informative experience. I once again, on behalf of the fraternity of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, thank all the guests and dignitaries for their significant presence. We would also like to thank the students for their cooperation. Thank you. Thus, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I, Pranab Bansal, express a warm and respectful welcome to the 14th International Conference, Conference 2024, Cloud Computing, Data Science and Engineering, organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. As one of the leading global universities, Amity University is dedicated towards its responsibility of imparting its students with strong foundation and a platform for the empirical inquisition. With this agenda, Conference 2024 intends to bring together professionals, academicians, industry experts, researchers, and enthusiasts to discuss various emerging trends and innovations, share research results, and new directions in the field of next generation technologies. It is our privilege and honor to have amongst us Professor Dr. Hiroyuki Sato. Dr. Hiroyuki Sato received his Bachelor of Engineering degree from the Faculty of Engineering, Kyoto University, Japan in 2009, and his Master and Doctor of Informatics degree from the Graduate School of Informatics, Kyoto University in 2011 and 2013 respectively. Following graduation from 2013 to 2014, he was a research fellow of the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. Subsequently, from 2014 to 2017, he worked as an assistant professor in the Faculty of Engineering, Tokyo University of Science, Japan. Further, from 2017 to 2018, Dr. Sato was employed as an assistant professor in the Hakubi Center for Advanced Research, Kyoto University. Currently, he is an associate professor in the Department of Applied Mathematics and Physics, Graduate School of Informatics, Kyoto University. Dr. Sato has been studying mathematical optimization, particularly optimization algorithms on Riemann manifolds and their application to another field. Now I request the Dr. Hiroyuki Sato to kindly address the gathering with his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Everybody, can you hear me?
Yeah, sir, we can hear you.
And please allow me to share my screen.
Sure, sir. I will stop my screen sharing just a minute.
Yes, please.
Sir, now are you able to share your screen?
Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen is very visible. You can go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Hiroyuki Sato. Thank you for inviting me as a speaker of this conference. I will be talking about sustainable real-world applications through evolutionary multi and many objective optimization. This slide shows Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, SDGs are new universal set of 17 goals, objectives to frame our society. For example, this is related to good health, well-being, and this is related to economic growth, and also this is related to environmental problems. So recently, activities for SDGs have attracted attention and have been growing rapidly. However, activities for SDGs such as energy saving, good health, well-being, and economic growth face trade-offs. For example, too much energy saving would deteriorate economic activities. And also too much economic activity would deteriorate energy saving and so on. So these problems can be recognized as multi-objective optimization in a society around human beings. So from that background, my talk can be divided into 3 parts. The first one is the basics. It's about multi and many objective optimization using evolutionary algorithms. After I talked about the basics, I will talk about 2 applications. They are related to sustainability. Okay. This is a definition of multi-objective optimization. X is a variable and F is objective function. So we have to minimize multiple objective functions simultaneously, multiple objective functions. This is a case with 2 objectives. We have 2 objectives. They are F1 and F2. Both must be minimized. And actually, in most of multi-objective optimization problem, there is no single solutions optimizing both objective functions simultaneously. Actually, there are conflicting objectives. So what is the confliction? This is an example. F1 is the productivity, which is related to economic growth. And another one is energy saving, which is related to environmental issues. Actually, there is no single solutions optimizing both simultaneously, because too much energy saving would deteriorate the economic growth. And also too much economic activity would deteriorate the energy saving. So there is a trade-off, optimal trade-off. So the goal of multi-objective optimization is to approximate the optimal parade front with a set of solutions like this. Also, especially in the case of problems with more than 3 objectives, we call it, the problem is many objective optimization problems. To solve this kind of problem, evolutionary algorithms are suited because population-based evolutionary algorithms are suited since the population evolved in the single run approximate parade front. This is behavior of solutions. And gradually, they approach to the parade front, and solutions can represent the parade front. Okay. I briefly introduced the process of evolutionary algorithm. First, we randomly generate solution set like this. Each circle indicates one single solution. And they can be roughly divided into promising solutions and unpromising solutions. Promising solutions are close to the parade front. Promising ones, red ones, are close to the parade front. However, In case of blue, unpromising ones are far from the parade front. So we use solutions in the promising ones as parents, and we recombine their variables to generate new solutions. To recombine new solutions, we use these kind of evolutionary variations. Most of popular ones are crossover and mutation. A crossover recombines the variable of parents to have a new offspring. And also, we randomly change small number of variable with low probability. We call it mutation. And also recently we have several other methods to generate new solutions. They involve evolution strategy, differential evolution, particle swarm optimizer, etc., etc. And we repeat it to generate new solutions by applying genetic crossover and mutation. And finally, we can get these solutions. They are close to the parade front. So in this way, the evolutionary algorithms is suited to solve multi-objective optimization problem. And this topic is really popular in the research domain of computational intelligence. And they are representative algorithms, NSGA2, MOEAD, and IBEA. They are representative algorithm. We use this technique to solve real-world problems. The first one is building facility optimization. We apply the evolutionary multi-objective optimization to sustainability-related problem. The first one is building facility optimization. This is the latest smart building located in Mitsubishi Electric Corporation. As you can see, there are many solar panels on the wall, on the roof. So this building generates the electricity with these solar panels, and the electricity is used inside the building. However, the amount of electricity is not so much, so we have to use it efficiently. Then we use evolutionary optimization. This slides show the model used in this system. Here we have evolutionary algorithm, and this is the building simulator, right? Evolutionary algorithms send a solution, which is facility control parameters, to the building simulator. We execute the building simulator with the facility control parameters. Then the simulator returns the objective and returns the result of the simulation as the objective function value and constraint values. And we repeat it to optimize the facility control parameters. This is the entire picture of the system. Actually, in this work, we treated 2 rooms in the building, and each room has 2 rooms. They are room A and room B. This is a floor plan. Okay? And in each room, we have air conditioning, lighting, and ventilation equipment. The building simulator simulates temperature, humidity, illuminance, CO2 level with the weather conditions and number of people. So what is the facility control parameter? What is the variable? That is the variable. This problem has 16-dimensional real values as a variable. Okay? The variable involves start time and end time of air conditioning system and lighting system. and the temperature setting of air conditioning in summer and winter. And also the facility control parameter involves dimming rate and ventilation level. They are the target variable to be optimized. So what kind of variable, what kind of facility parameters are desirable? Actually, we have seven kinds of objective functions. The first one is energy consumption. We minimize the annual electricity consumption with this equation. Please look at this one. ENE is electricity consumption kilowatt hour, which is output of the building simulator. And this equation involves large T, R, and E. Large T is the timing of the time. So the first one is the midnight of January 1st. The second one is 15 minutes later. Okay. The last one is 23:45 December 31. So we can calculate the annual electricity consumption. And large R involves two rooms, A and B, and large E involves three equipment, air conditioning, lighting, ventilation equipment. So annual electricity consumption can be calculated by the triple summation of ENE function. The next one is energy cost. Energy cost is related to the energy consumption shown in the previous slide, but that is slightly different. Actually, in case of energy cost, the peak value of energy consumption has a large impact on the energy cost. Another objectives involves environmental satisfaction, and lighting satisfaction, air quality satisfaction, and also we have to minimize sound pressure level and CO2 concentration. So totally we have 7 kinds of objectives to be optimized. Also, we have 5 constraints. The first one is annual energy consumption must be less than the specific value. Air temperature must be between 17 degrees C and 28 degrees C. And the humidity also must be between 40% and 70%. And CO2 concentration must be less than 860 ppm. And also illuminance must be greater than 500 lux. To solve the problem, in this work, we used IBEA, which is one of representative algorithm. We employ the algorithm due to the high performance in many objective optimization problem and algorithmic simplicity. Today, we don't have enough time, so we cannot explain the detail about the algorithm, but this algorithm can obtain fine-grained solution ranking in case of many objective optimization. This is a conventional model of evolutionary algorithm. This is a parent population. Parent population is copied like this, and we generate new offspring by applying crossover and mutation to the parent. We combine them and we select new parent population, and we repeat it. This is a conventional model. Especially in case of real-world optimization problem, we employ additional population A. We often call it archive. Actually, we store all non-dominated solutions representing the trade-off to the archive. And in this work, we used another option. In this option, we reselect parent population in a certain generation. Okay, in this case, the non-dominated solution are just stored to the archive A, but in this case, the archive solution are sometimes reselected as the parent, and we repeat. Today, I show the 3 cases. The method A do not use the reselection, and method 2 and 3 uses the reselection like this. And method 2 employ this kind of reselection method, and method 3 employs this kind of reselection. Today, time is limited. I cannot talk about the detail, but these 2 uses reselection, but the selection criteria are different. This is experimental setting, and this slide shows a metric to evaluate the search performance of multi-objective optimization problem. We use hypervolume. This is frequently used metric. Please look at this figure. This is the objective space, and circle indicates the obtained solutions. Here we put the reference point, and we calculate the size of this area, red area. This area is the hypervolume. The larger hypervolume, the better search performance. This is a result of hypervolume. Horizontal axis is the number of solution evaluations, and the vertical axis is the number of the hypervolume of the archive. As you can see, method 1 without reselection is the worst. If we apply the reselection, we can improve the search performance like this. And this is the scatter matrix of objective function values. Actually, in this program, we have 7 kinds of objective function. So it's difficult to show the 7-dimensional, high-dimensional objective function space. So we frequently use these kind of scatter matrix. Each cell indicates a 2-dimensional objective space selected from 7 objectives. So today I pick one of them. This is objective space of energy consumption and environmental satisfaction. You can see this kind of a trade-off between them. This is a result of 7 objective optimization. Okay, next I will talk about another real-world application related to sustainability, that is item stock optimization. This is a result obtained by the collaborative work with ASCL Cooperation. ASCL provides e-commerce and logistics covering all over Japan. This is a picture, and this is the map of the Japan. And ASCL has 8 kinds of warehouses all over Japan to cover all over Japan. ASCL, this is the name of the company, ASCL, and this is the Japanese sentence, ASCL, 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 ASCL. Pronunciation are the same. The meaning of the Japanese sentence is next day delivery. So that means this is a web browser. If I order something today, the items will be delivered by tomorrow. In this case, item stock optimization is one of the business concerns. We need to optimize stock, delivery costs, and CO2 emission in deliveries. This slide shows a situation in logistics in Japan. An expansion of e-commerce business brings not only merit to society, but also a social issue called logistics crisis. Recent e-commerce delivers various everything, anything, and a number of deliveries significantly increases consequently. However, especially in case of Japan, working population is significantly decreasing. That is one of social issue. A truck driver shortage then became a serious social issue, causing a damage to the logistics infrastructure. So it is expected that efficient shipping by optimal item stock allocation contributes to solving social issue. So what is the concern? Okay. Our concern is management cost of stocked items. Generally, the number of items increases for customer satisfaction. However, the increase of items increases the warehouse management cost. That is the problem. So the number of stocked items should be decreased. However, that is not so easy problem. So what impact do we have when we decrease the stocked items? The first one is the one order shipped from multiple warehouses. Please look at this picture. This is me. This is you. Opening the laptop and we order something. And in this case, we order a notepad, 2 pen, and a small notepad at the same time. We order multiple items at the same time. If a single warehouse have all ordered items, shipping route becomes single. So that is not problem. This is a very efficient case. Please look at this picture. My house is here, and that warehouse has all ordered items. So they are delivered with a single truck. Okay, this is very efficient. There is no problem. However, as a result of decreasing the item stocks, the warehouse does not have this pen. Okay, so as a result, that pen have to be delivered from another warehouse. So the truck route become double, and delivery cost increases, and CO2 emission increases. That is the problem. Another problem is long distance shipping. If the nearest warehouse to the customer does not have the ordered items, they must be shipped from the warehouse far from the customer. For example, my house is here, and my home is here. The nearest warehouse is here. However, the warehouse does not have ordered item. Then another warehouse have to ship the ordered items. So it takes long distance. So the delivery cost increases. The CO2 emission increases. They are the problem. So how should we handle the problem? How should we design the item stock plan? Actually, we use these kind of matrix. Each row indicates items. Item 1, for example, item 1 is a notebook. Item 2 is a pen. Item 3 is small notebook, things like that. So we totally treat 1,000 items. Next one, column. Each column indicates warehouse. Warehouse 1 indicates, for example, Tokyo. Warehouse 2 indicates Osaka, and so on. So we use this kind of matrix. And please look at each cell. Each cell involves 0 or 1. 0 indicates not stock, and 1 indicates stock. So, for example, item 1 is a notebook. The notebook is not stocked in Tokyo. The notebook is also not stocked in Osaka, and thus notebook is stocked in Nagoya. Okay, In this way, we represent the item stock plan with this kind of matrix. So what kind of the matrix, what kind of item stock allocation plan is desirable? Actually, we have two kinds of objectives. The first one is minimization of total shipping cost. F1 can be calculated with this equation. Actually, this is order set. This all involves a number of orders from customers. For each order, we calculate the shipping cost by using existing system. This is a very complicated system, so we treat it as a black box. And we calculate the total shipping cost, and we try to minimize it. The next one is minimization of average number of warehouse stocks. This is just the number of ones in the matrix. Also, we have constraints. The first one is the capacity of warehouse. Actually, each warehouse has its own capacity, so we cannot exceed the capacity of each warehouse. And also, each warehouse has maximum shipping ability, so we cannot exceed the maximum shipping ability. They are constraints. We apply NSGA2 to solve the problem. NSGA2 is also representative algorithm. And also we apply local mating to make pair of parents to generate a new solution. This is proposed by Professor Watanabe in Japan. We actually use the real data to execute, to conduct these experiments. Okay. This is a result. Horizontal axis is shipping cost must be minimized. And also this is the warehouse management cost we have to minimize. Here we have a result obtained by human. This is a result of human-made plan. Okay. On the other hand, here we have multiple results. Actually, today we don't have enough time to explain the multiple result. So please look at this result. They are obtained by evolutionary computation. This plan achieves better shipping cost and management cost compared with human-made one. In this way, we can obtain more good item stock allocation plan compared with human-made one. Okay, this is the last slide. Today, I introduced the basics of evolutionary computation, evolutionary multi and many objective optimization, and I introduced two sustainability-related applications. The first one was building facility control optimization, and the second one was item stock optimization. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your words added immense value to our gathering. Again, the knowledge you have imparted to us is really significant, and surely if any queries to our students, they will reach out to you through your email, sir. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
okay. Thank you
Also,
very
we
much.
would like to thank Dr. Gitika, Associate Professor, Amity School of Engineering Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for her time and help us coordinate the event where we were able to conduct at the same time 3 keynotes that also successfully. Thank you, ma'am. With this, we conclude the session. We hope that it was an enriching and informative experience. I once again, on behalf of the fraternity of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, thank all the guests and dignitaries for their significant presence. We would also like to thank the students for their cooperation. Thank you.
Warm and respectful welcome to the 14th International Conference, Confluence 2024, Cloud Computing, Data Science, and Engineering, organized by the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Amity School of Engineering and Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida. As one of the leading global universities, Amity University is dedicated towards its responsibilities of imparting its students with a strong foundation and a platform for the empirical inquisition. With this agenda, Confluence 2024 intends to bring together professionals, academicians, industry experts, researchers, and enthusiasts to discuss various emerging trends and innovations, share research results, and new directions in the field of next generation technologies. May I invite Dr. Nidhi Mishra to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. Basanta Joshi.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Sir. Good afternoon. I welcome you on behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida, on this 14th International Conference on Data Science and Engineering and Cloud Computing for a respectable keynote session from your side. Sir, now this is a warm welcome from our side.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It is a great privilege and honor to have amongst us Dr. Basanta Joshi, Assistant Professor at the Department of Electronics and Computer Engineering, Pulchok Campus, Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University. Professor Dr. Basanta Joshi received a doctorate of engineering from Osaka Sangyo University, Japan in 2013. He did both Bachelor of Electronics and Communication Engineering and Master of Science in Information and Communication Engineering from the Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Currently, he is working as Assistant Professor at the Department of Electronics and Computer Engineering, Pulchok Campus, Institute of Engineering, Tribhuvan University. He is also associated with IOE as a Deputy Director of the Center for Applied Research and Development, CARD, and member of the Laboratory for ICT Research and Development, LICT, and as a coordinator of Masters in Information and Communication Engineering. Formerly, he used to work as a senior software engineer in D2 Hawkeye, Nepal, and as a research consultant at Lockpoint, Nepal. He has been involved as research consultant in various national and international projects. He is also actively involved in invaluable research in the field of machine learning and its applications in big data, especially images and speech. He has been actively publishing national and international research papers. He is a member of NEC, NEA, IEEE, ISCS Speech, and AEHIN. Now I request Professor Dr. Basanta Joshi to kindly address the gathering with his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Amity University for inviting me for this session. I've been associated with this conference since 3 years. So this time I'll be presenting about my short talk on approaches for speech processing for low resource language, and the case study will be based on Nepali speech recognition. So all my association is already explained, so I will move on to the content of my presentation. So basically, whenever in my presentation I'll be talking about approaches for low resources. So whenever we talk about speech, it's actually expressed by our brain through via articulating sounds, and whenever this sound wave is generated, this sound wave will be perceived by someone, and then again that will be interpreted via neural transduction in the brain. So whenever we talk about human voice, it's basically ranging from 300 Hz to 3400 Hz, and human ear can perceive from 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz. So talking about speech recognition or speech processing application, we have multiple type of applications. So we have Apple Siri, we have Microsoft Cortana, we have Google Assistant, Alexa, and nowadays the buzzword is ChatGPT. We have different versions of ChatGPT. So and all these approaches, all these products have been using deep learning based approaches, and we can see the in the context of voice recognition, the market share has been increasing, and this is the prediction up to 2028. So in the context of India also, so there are a lot of applications based on speech recognition and also natural language processing based on different languages. This is one of the screenshot I got from imprintindia.org, where online speech is recorded, and people can fill their request for Aadhaar card, PAN card, or GAN's connection, driving license, and other national railway ticket and other healthcare related other products via speech. So this is the prototype that I got from this website. Whenever we talk about speech recognition, so we have been using the digital devices for recognizing the speech, and so whenever we talk about speech recognition, whenever we talk about natural language processing, so we talk about natural language generation and natural language understanding. So whenever we talk about natural language understanding, we need to know about the linguistic interpretation and categorization. So talking about one of the important aspect of natural language processing, speech recognition is one of the foundation where we convert the speech or acoustic waveform into the text. And first, whenever we are getting the audio, so we have to extract the feature from audio. So in the context of English language or any other language using different types of script, so we have to actually extract the features from this audio signal, and based upon that we can categorize into the spoken words. So talking about low resource languages, so that there are different types of languages. English is the most popular one, which we almost 62% websites have the English languages, and other languages have the data decreasing in the decreasing amount. And we can see that we can see for the Hindi language, it's about 0.1% of the total websites data. So whenever we have, whenever we see the languages around the world, so there are 7,000 spoken languages in the world, and there are at least 23 languages in which at least 50 million first language speakers. So in the context of the low resources languages like Bengali, Tamil, Telugu, Urdu, Marathi, Nepali, so if we see the percentage, it's less than 0.1%. So these are the low resources languages. So basically, whenever we talk about low resources languages, these languages actually lack linguistic resources because in those languages we have a set of grammatical format, but still since the data is very limited, so very few websites mention about these languages. So if we want to develop a model which can recognize these low resources languages, it's a little difficult. So Google and Facebook has been collecting the data, and they have been working on multilingual model. And recently, this ChatGPT actually they are giving the result based on different languages as well. But when you see the sentences constructed by that GPT model, so sometimes they are not grammatically correct, and sometimes in the context of low resources languages, they are not understanding the context. So so there are actually we have very few resources. So in the context of Nepali language, one of the low resources languages, if we see that resources happening on the Nepali languages, there are very few resources going on. And the major problem still nowadays, it's been almost a few years that in the context of Nepali language, we have been doing the resources. Google has done some research, but still there are not a good model that has been recognizing the Nepali speech properly. There are few companies in Nepal also, globally also, they have been working on the Nepali speech recognition. And whenever we upload the YouTube video in English language, it's automatic, or even in Microsoft Teams and other, we have the caption automatically generated. So for the context of low resource languages, we have very limited places from where we can get the transcriptions of those languages. So, and also in the context of those languages, since we don't have that much linguistic resources, sometimes the grammatical rules become challenges. So whenever we look into the this speech recognition, so it started in the Bell Laboratory in 1950s, where isolated digit recognition for a single speaker was done. And then after that, different companies and different people did a research, and one of the major outcome was in 1980s, where DARPA developed a Spinix system, and that was actually used in different countries worldwide for continuous speech recognition. Then one of the important contribution was made by Japanese group. They actually work on the spontaneous Japanese speech data set, and they actually did record the 7 hours of speech data, and with approximately 7 millions of words. So it was a 5-long national project, and it was working good for the spontaneous speech corpus. Then after that, there were a lot of resources happening in this context of speech recognition, and then the era of deep learning started. So from 2010, the era of deep learning started, and even in the case of this speech recognition, a variety of deep learning models have been developed till now. In the context of Nepali languages, it was started in 2006 with a funding from EU Asia, but actually the corpus which was developed in 2006 was very limited, and later on it was the Google-based project which worked on the low resources languages like Javanese, Sundanese, Sihania, Nepali, Bangladeshi, Bengali, where they developed in 2003 Nepali ASR mode data set containing 150 utterances of different people. Then after that, a consortium was formed in Nepal with a linguistic department and other IT departments, and they have been working on few projects, but actually they haven't been able to develop a product that can be used nationally in Nepal. But recently there are few companies that are working on Nepali speech recognition, and actually they have been customizing variety of models that has been developed for higher resources languages. So in broad cases, this Nepali speech recognition can be classified into supervised approach and unsupervised approaches. So in the context of Nepali, its origin, Nepali language, it's originated from Devanagari script. So you can see these are the scripts that has been used in Nepali language, and there are as per Nepal Academy, there are 70,000 words, and the dialects of Nepali, there are variety of places where there are different dialects of Nepali. So whenever we talk about general ASR model, so as I mentioned before, we actually record the speech signal, we process the signal, then we extract the features, and then we transform it into the recognizer, and text is actually transcribed. But whenever these days we have a Google application, in that Google application, it can recognize Nepali and other low resources languages better, because they have an acoustic model, and they have also language model which can actually correct this text, recognize text even after the recognition. So this acoustic model that will be trained with the text data set, and it can correct the actually generated text based on this recognizer model. So this is the general philosophy, and the same philosophy was used for Nepali speech the data set. So there are a variety of experiments that were performed with the standard data set and the data set that has been collected in the laboratory, and also via mobile phone. So what we did was we actually extracted the text from news portal and other standard repository. We actually extracted the audio from a standard repository, and also from the lab, and also via the mobile phone. So we actually developed one tool to record Nepali audio, and in that tool we had an option to categorize that recorded speech also. So so we actually performed the feature extraction by splitting the raw audio signals into 30-second splits, and then actually, as per the phonemes, in the context of phonemes, we say that the stationary signal is generated around 10 to 30 milliseconds. So after splitting the raw audio into 30-second splits, we then again split into 20 millisecond sample, and then we actually extracted the features using different feature extraction scheme. In this experiment, we have used MFCC, and then we perform the experiments using both supervised and unsupervised learning approaches. So whenever we talk about the matrices for evaluating whether our recognition model is working correctly or not, there are two approaches. That is, one is word iterate and another is character iterate. So supervised approaches results were like this. So we experimented with multiple deep learning models, and we found that self-attention network based model outperformed the rest, and the character iterate, we actually customized the this attention model, and we found that this attention model with 8 encoder and 8 decoder model was better. And then we actually also, since we have a recording in YouTube and other places where we have just audio recording. So what we did was, in that case, we have the very few samples with the transcribed text. So in that case, we use the unsupervised approach for Nepali speech recognition. And in that case, what we did was we actually get the audio, we extracted the speech representation model, and then we use transfer it into the CTC connectionist head, and then we use decoder model for and language model for transcription. So we experimented with actually as I mentioned earlier. So there is one model that is developed by Facebook, wave to back model, that is trained on English languages. And so it's actually based on 960 hours of Libra speech data set. There is another model that is developed by the Facebook, and actually it uses Indic languages, 23 Indic languages, including Nepali. So these are the reference papers. So we use this CLS RAL model, and what we found was the performance of even with English data set, the performance was okay. But when we train with this actually, whenever we use this model and we pre-tune the model that has been developed by this with the Nepali data set, the performance was better. And then we actually use the language model. In this example, we use 5-gram model to validate our the performance of our data set, and the word error rate from in the case of word to vec model was reduced from 14 to 2.33, and in the case of this Indic languages the model, the word error rate was also reduced from 12 to 4. So basically, by using these data set, what we can perform was we develop one tool. In that tool, whenever we placed a YouTube URL, then the transcriptions of the Nepali text was possible. So what we did was, now the one of the problem in the Nepali Constitution Assembly was in the whenever the constitution members say something, the people are typing whatever they say. So by using this, we are planning, we have not yet used this in the context of cabinet, but what we are proposing is now by using this tool, now the cabinet people, when they speak, this tool can automatically transcribe the text. Right now the people are recording the speech, and they are typing the thing for typing the thing. And so what we will be doing is, now this this real-time transcription will be possible, and whatever the and our model will made some grammatical correction, but after the transcription is generated, then now the employee, which is actually will be looking after the manually typing the transcriptions, now they will be just correcting the transcriptions done by our model. So this is the work which might be used by the government in future in Nepal. So there are a lot of students working on this project. Okay, so thank you very much for the for providing me for this short presentation. So our lab in Tribhuvan University is open for collaborative projects as well. So we have been working on different projects. So thank you very much once again.
Thank you, sir.
So if you have any questions, I'm open to the questions.
I have some questions. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind efforts. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. And now, may I invite Dr. Nidhi Mishra to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. Al Saqib Khan Pathan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I welcome you, sir.
Okay. Okay. So the video is needed or not?
Your
I think,
No, sir. Can you turn on your camera?
let me turn on.
Yes,
Okay.
now you're visible.
Can I see? Okay. So it's very cold here, basically, though the background shows something else.
Okay.
Anyway, let's straight go to my presentation.
It is a great privilege and honor to have amongst us Professor Dr. Al Saqib Khan Pathan, Professor at United International University. Professor Dr. Al Saqib Khan Pathan is a professor at Computer Science and Engineering Department, United International University, Bangladesh. He is also serving as a PhD co-supervisor at the Computer Science Department, University Ferhat Abbas Satif I, Algeria. He received a PhD in computer engineering in 2009 from Kyung-hee University, South Korea, and BSc degree in computer science and information technology from Islamic University of Technology, Bangladesh in 2003. In his academic career so far, he worked as a faculty member in various capacities in various institutions like at the CSE Department of Independent University, Bangladesh from 2020 to 21, Southeast University, Bangladesh from 2015 to 20, Computer Science Department, International Islamic University, Malaysia from 2010 to 15, BRACU, Bangladesh from 2009 to 10, and at NSU, Bangladesh from 2004 to 5.
He served as a guest professor at the Department of Technical and Vocational Education, Islamic University of Technology, Bangladesh in 2018. He also worked as a researcher at Networking Lab, Kyung-hee University, South Korea from September 2005 to 2009. And he completed his MS leading to a PhD. His research interests include wireless sensor networks, network security, cloud computing, and e-services technologies. Currently, he is also working on some multidisciplinary issues. He is a recipient of several awards, Best Paper Awards, and has several notable publications in these areas. So far, he has delivered 33 keynotes and has been invited to speeches at various international conferences and events. Now, I request Professor Dr. Al-Saqib Khan Pathan to kindly address the gathering with his words of wisdom. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my screen is also visible. Can you see the
Yes, sir.
screen?
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Okay, so let's straight go to the presentation. I guess I'll get 30 minutes. This is enough. So my talk title is today, Cryptocurrency, the Expectation and Reality for Digital Transactions. Most of the people nowadays, those who actually use the internet or those who know about the current technologies, they know about the cryptocurrency. At least this is in the news. There are lots of research papers recently coming out. So in this presentation, I'd say this is kind of a technical presentation of non-technical type or non-technical presentation of technical type. Why I mentioned that, because let's see what is in this presentation. In general, cryptocurrency basically is a new form of electronic transaction method, a payment method, like we use the traditional currency, like in India, you use, for instance, rupee, in Bangladesh, taka, dollar in USA. So this is just an alternative way of payment that uses some kind of encryption mechanism for its operation and its buildup. That's the basic essence. Now, this is definitely a virtual currency. Virtual currency means that you cannot touch. It's not tangible, like a banknote can be touched with your hand. But in case of virtual currency, there's no physical existence. So this is maybe on the screen, you can see the figure or you can see a picture, but you cannot basically go inside and crawl inside the computer and touch that one, intangible. Now, many people, what I found, has a real problem in understanding the difference between cryptocurrency and e-cash. For instance, in Bangladesh, I don't know about India, we have lots of e-payment method. Like for instance, you can order a pizza and get it delivered into your home. In that case, you can electronically pay. Like for instance, there are several apps, Nogod, Upay, Bikash, or Bcash. So these are actually e-cash. E-cash means this is electronic cash that actually represents your actual money, that the bank note. And what happens is, behind the scene, the bank actually makes the transaction. The app allows you to do the transaction. You just have the password, maybe PIN code or whatever. So the actual transaction happens within the bank, in the banking mechanism, and there's a physical currency for every e-cash you transfer. But in case of cryptocurrency, here's the key difference. The name crypto, because it uses encryption, but the main crux of the matter is this thing, that e-cash represents what is in the store as physical cash, as we mentioned, paper money in a bank or banking institution. For every digital currency transaction, there's an equivalent physical currency transaction happening. So each digital currency represents a real physical currency or banknote. But in case of cryptocurrency, what happens is the mobile wallet that you have, like for instance, the cryptocurrency wallet you have, it's not like e-cash that there's a bank needed behind. There's no bank, no centralized entity like a banking system, or there's no physical money for this thing. So this is a truly virtual currency that simply exists as a software or soft version. That's the key difference. So even I found lots of tech people, they have this confusion. eCash and cryptocurrency has this key difference that cryptocurrency we can call this is a true digital currency in and of itself per se. So this is the point to note. With this idea, now what happens is as the technologies are advancing, people are trying to find out new ways of doing operations. They think that this digital currency would ease the life and other things. So there are lots of expectation or expectations, and we'll see what the reality is. If you see the market value today, since its first introduction in 2009, Bitcoin has been the most widely used cryptocurrency. And the figure you can see here, USD $472 billion. This is the overall market value of cryptocurrencies. Out of that, or of that, around 185. Maybe this figure is a little bit changed by the day we are passing through. So that's a huge market. If you see the history a little bit, the initial idea came around in 2008, then 9 Bitcoin, and maybe 2015 you got we got Ethereum, Tether, and lots of different variations of cryptocurrencies are coming one by one. So when these are actually opening lots of new opportunities, there are lots of real troubles and concerns. So we'll see and at least know about some of the points that we need to know. Before that, if you dig into the history, you'll find that initially Bitcoin was considered an anonymous cryptocurrency. Anonymous simply means that usually when we do the financial transaction, our usual expectation is nobody would know how much I'm spending, where I'm spending. If somebody tracks or the government tracks everything, that's not really very comfortable for us. So initially it promised that it has some kind of anonymity, but nowadays what is found is this one, that anonymous address A to B is not anonymous anymore. What happens is nowadays it's possible to do network analysis, monitoring, just Googling the address may be used to find out someone's identity. But still there is a problem, like addresses are just random strings produced using the public keys of the owners. So you can read who is transferring money to who. So A and B, two parties, but who is actually sending where, we do not know. Maybe for future analysis, you can store the information. So there are research papers that talk about anonymous feature and some research papers that talk about lack of anonymity. Anyway, that was the promise, like it will safeguard the privacy of the users. And there is actually a big market for cryptocurrency that is anonymous. While this is in one hand advantageous, like we need to have our privacy. Is there any question or anything? Is there any problem? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Oh, there was some sound, so I thought maybe somebody is asking something.
Okay,
Anyway,
sorry.
okay, okay, so let's go ahead.
Yeah.
So there is a big market for cryptocurrency that is anonymous. This is advantageous in the sense that it can ensure our privacy. We like to have our transactions kind of secret, but this also encourages some kind of criminal behavior. Like there could be money laundering operations and lots of mafia and all those, like gangs can transfer big amounts of money for drug operations and other things. Like we will see a practical case soon. That is actually the issue that we'll be talking about at the end. Let's go and dig more. So anonymous cryptocurrency, by definition, it is like this, that by merging cryptocurrency money with blockchain technology to conceal the path leading back to the asset's initial source, transaction anonymity has been made possible, somewhat, but still it can be traceable. A cryptocurrency that is meant to have strong cryptographic properties for its users' privacy is called an anonymous cryptocurrency. Now, be an anonymous cryptocurrency, there are a few required features. Privacy, we know this thing. Untraceability, that it cannot be traced. Fungibility, this is a term some people confuse. This simply means every coin, every item that is allowed as a cryptocurrency, they should be interchangeable. Like, for instance, like any other commodity, like you can interchange it similar types of items, or in a random sample, there are different, for instance, even the takas, rupees, they look like the same, and you can transfer them or exchange them. So this is the property that is required. The birth goes back to the paper that is cited as three. Most of you, or many of you, may know that cryptocurrency was basically initiated or proposed by Satoshi Nakamoto. This is the name, pseudonym. Nobody knows whether, or maybe this is not known publicly, that whether this is a single guy or a group of guys. Some people think that this is like some Europeans, or maybe some group of people, they control the entire market, whatever the thing is. But that basically gave the first idea of Bitcoin, and eventually that grew over time. There's a concept that is related to this Bitcoin and Bitcoin cryptocurrency, is proof of work. Some people have a problem understanding this one, so I just put this thing. Proof of work is the original consensus algorithm in a blockchain network. So what happens is, when a new block is to be added to a blockchain, all the nodes are given a puzzle or some kind of a challenge. Everybody tries to solve it. The guy or the node or the computer that has the highest processing speed or the resources may solve it early. So if a particular solution is found that is claimed to be his, or that block is then added to the blockchain, and all other nodes then verify it. And these are called miners, a group of people who compete with each other. And the process is called mining. The most famous application of proof of work is Bitcoin. Like, when the proof of work is done, Bitcoin is produced and you add some value. So to be as simple as this, that a Bitcoin transaction is the exchange of money between two addresses or anonymous identifiers with public keys. By possessing the corresponding private key, a member will be able to exchange an amount of Bitcoin. And where blockchain comes here, blockchain simply supports the transaction of Bitcoin. That's it, simple. Like, blockchain is a technology that allows this transaction to happen, to add a new block, and Bitcoin is the currency that is used as a currency, digital currency, for regular financial or maybe irregular operation. So that is the link between cryptocurrency and blockchain, Bitcoin and blockchain. And the required qualities of blockchain, I'm not going through these things, like trustless. Trustless means there's no third party required. It can work within itself to stop centralized organizations from manipulating or controlling the money. Decentralization factor is there. Distributed ledger, different nodes have the same copy of the database, so they can identify any kind of alteration or tampering. So eventually it leads to tamper resistant environment, security and privacy, faster transactions. So what is the benefit of Bitcoin? By lowering transaction processing costs compared to centralized systems similar to banks, payment networks, and exchanges, blockchain technologies also benefit Bitcoin consumers. And here's the flowchart when the transaction request is done: block creating, block verification, block writing of database, adding block to blockchain, and transaction completion. So that's how it goes. Basically, my presentation has lots of different aspects. I will simply touch upon the other things. So in the remaining time, I'll go to the core point that I want to convey. So let's just see. These are the benefits of Bitcoin. No need. Key challenges. One real challenge is any of these operations, like each Bitcoin, for instance, transaction requires approximately 5,000 times more energy than a credit card transaction would need. So eventually it is energy intensive. Wallets may be lost. How? A wallet is basically holding the private keys of the user. And this simply means you have the login credentials to certain websites and apps of this kind of thing. And maybe there are sometimes even that is a physical wallet, like a pen drive. You connect this one, then you have the password given. So if you lose the password, the thing is, overnight, a very rich Bitcoin holder, huge money holder, a rich Bitcoin investor might go bankrupt in a matter of seconds, just losing the password. And sometimes the password and like the credit login credentials are difficult to really remember. So you put somewhere, write somewhere, there could be error. So these are real challenges for this kind of currency. But in real currency, at least the physical existence is there. You can go to the bank, claim any error in transaction. In this case, if you lose your password, your login is gone. And definitely it can contribute to the criminal behavior, as banks and government doesn't have full control over this thing. But we will for this thing in detail. So let's go ahead. Risks, we have social risks, like another currency in the market. That means it will create more trouble, whether this is to benefit the society or create more trouble, we don't know. Legal risks should be there. In certain countries this is legal, certain countries this is not legal. So how this operates. Economic risks, like volatility, suddenly you see the price goes very high, suddenly deflation, delays in locating a block. And technological risks, there could be hardware errors, malicious software, and your computer can be corrupt, your app can be hacked, all these problems. Bitcoin privacy and anonymity, we already talked about this thing. Key qualities of blockchain, these are the key qualities. Network infrastructure, basically we have unstructured P2P network that is supported by persistent TCP, or transmission control protocol. And there are some other regular networking mechanisms that are used. Using the Bitcoin network and protocol for testing presents a hurdle. Like if you build a model or a new mechanism or whatever, how to test this is a very difficult process. Like some cases you have to prove by theory, and in some cases you have some platform, but always this is kind of problematic. But there are some platforms available nowadays for simulation or your works, like Shadow, Event, Discrete Simulator, which seeks to simulate massive Bitcoin networks while maintaining complete control of all components, is another option. So essential elements: coins, wallets, mining systems, exchanges, payment systems, blockchain, important players. And these are the top 5 cryptocurrency platforms we have seen so far. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Ripple, Tether. At least you have to know the names, or may know the names. Comparison is shown with a table. Basically, we have a paper for this thing. One of the first of this kind, like we will call it, this is a comprehensive survey paper. And based on that, this is basically prepared, and I added some own thoughts and issues. Challenges could be pump and dump operation, like price can be artificially inflated, just like beginning of the stock market scenario. Fraudulent tactics have now extended to the cryptocurrency industry as well. So real problem could be there for price prediction. There are some models out there, but it's not always accurate. Sometimes people can lose a huge amount of money. Technological challenges are definitely there, just like any other networking or security or any kind of tech solution to a problem or issue. Appropriate implementations should be justified when you need, when you don't need, you have to justify. Standard testing mechanism may be more developed. Resilience to security risks. Some resilience is there, but still regular problems are there. Scalability is an issue, because blockchain-based any transaction would be very slow. As time passes, more nodes are added, more users use that. It would be very difficult to give timely service, and huge resources will be needed. In simple term, energy, processing speed, your all types of tech resources will be needed. Plus, you have some extra responsibility on your own. Integration with other systems could be another problem. Energy challenges, we already talked about this thing. Regulatory issues, well, we'll explain this thing. Already mentioned, in some cases, this is legal, some cases, cryptocurrency is illegal. Storage could be another data intensive system required. So these are the envisioned usages, reliability issues. I'll go to this one. Let's use the remaining time to explain what is going on. What happens is recently we found while doing the study on cryptocurrency legality and all these things, we found that two of the most populated countries in the earth, on the face of the earth, like India is number one now, China is second, as the whatever the estimation says. And in India, maybe it's still kind of confused situation of whether this is fully legal or legal. I found two types of information. But in China, for instance, from the get-go, cryptocurrency was illegal. Till today, this is illegal. But what happens is in USA, Canada, in many other developed countries, you'll find that cryptocurrency is legal. They are advising this thing to use. Even the big guys are coming and they're putting more money, the virtual money, to this thing, making it lucrative for people to use. But what happens is this. In Bangladesh, there are lots of freelancers. Let's say this guy is a freelancer and does the outsourcing job, maybe a programming segment or some kind of outside job he does, sitting in Dhaka, for instance, in Bangladesh. And this company is a recruiter company or an IT company in Canada, for instance, where or USA. So they have cryptocurrency legal. In Bangladesh, this guy has illegal, like he cannot use cryptocurrency in Bangladesh. What he does is he opens a wallet, or some friend opens him a wallet in USA where this is legal. So he simply accesses this wallet using login credentials. This company, when recruits this guy submits the project. Then he says, pay me in cryptocurrency, in Bitcoin, for instance. Don't pay me via the bank. Why? Because in Bangladeshi system, I don't know in India, any freelancer, whatever he earns, at least 10% would be cut by the bank, central bank. And then if you earn dollars, and then there's electronic transaction fee, $50 or something like that. So from the earning, this is a huge part that is simply taken by the government. So this is a tax you have to give, and also the service charge. But in this mechanism, the full payment is done by Bitcoin to the wallet. Now the next step. The next step is this. A businessman in Bangladesh, for instance, wants to evade tax. So this is a tax evasion case. What he will do, he will contact this guy. Why? Because he imports some goods, for instance, some raw materials from a company, supplier that is located in USA, for instance, and where this is legal. So this guy also uses a wallet, or they have a wallet there. So this guy gives currency in cash to the freelancer, says, take this money and make my payment from your wallet to this wallet. So this transaction is happening basically via the legal channel in USA, in Canada, for instance. This guy giving cash to this guy. Now he gets the products in Bangladesh. And by this, what he is doing, he is evading a big amount of tax. He gets more materials, more products or items, imported products, just with less amount shown to the government. So the tax comes even lower. And sometimes he raises some the money in Bangladeshi taka to this guy. So he gets the cash in hand. So this is happening legally. This is happening illegally. This guy evades tax. This guy says, I'm not well paid. My money is cut by government. So this is my mechanism. Again, this guy cannot use this mechanism every time because there may not be a guy always available like that, but they have some agreement between themselves. And sometimes you cannot even straight encash this thing, even in USA or elsewhere. You cannot simply buy every product with Bitcoin wallet. But some people do prefer this method. Now, the problem is this definitely is a tax evasion case, but this could be also money laundering case, especially if you talk about the Indian subcontinent. In Bangladesh, I'll give you my own country's example. Many people, whenever they earn some money, they think that they are not really willing to stay here. They try to go to Canada, USA, Australia, become a citizen there. They have two passports, maybe dual citizens. So these guys, when will get this kind of mechanism, this is the very easy way of money transferring from Bangladesh, pumping up. The developed countries do not have this problem. Like nobody would come from USA, for instance, to stay in Bangladesh in general scenario. So the developing countries or underdeveloped countries, in general, you'll find that they are actually concerned about this cryptocurrency issue. And that's why this is a case that is still debated, not legal fully, or in Bangladesh still, as of today, this is illegal. Many freelancers and IT workers, they're demanding this thing. But think about this, in that case, lots of tax would be basically lost in the government revenue funds and things. So how to interpret this entire cycle or system? We see from moral perspective, whether this is moral or immoral. There's a religious perspective. For instance, in our case, we'd say, for instance, we have from some Islamic scholars, they already mentioned that cryptocurrency is not a currency to be used by Muslims unless this is legal in a country. So now in this case, the dilemma is this is a legal transaction. This is illegal, but for him, maybe this is illegal. So there are lots of issues here. Some people would say, why not pay him the due amount? Do not cut so much tax from this guy. And anyway, so the debate could be there. In short, the legality and reliability issues will largely determine the future of cryptocurrencies. The expectation is it will spread, like everybody will use cryptocurrency, like even Elon Musk and all these people are talking about this thing. But the reality is the developed countries will get the benefit, underdeveloped or developing countries will be in trouble. So that's my take from this entire cryptocurrency issue. And basically, we wrote a survey paper on this thing. This was published recently. Recently, I would say. This is still January. And this is the IEEE Access survey paper. But this is the paper that I wrote as an editorial article. And that mentions this this case. Like, why do some IT freelancers in certain countries prefer digital payment with cryptocurrency despite it being illegal? So that is my view. And I actually got lots of comments on this thing, and you can go through those papers, and both are open, I think, open access. You can download and see. So that's it for my presentation. I think 30 minutes, yeah, done. So thank you very much. And if you have any future question, even, you can write to me. This is the best way to reach me, to my email addresses. Otherwise, if you have any question, anybody, maybe I can take one or two questions. Okay, so I can leave right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Now, may I invite Dr. Nidhi Mishra to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmed Sayed.
Good
Let's
afternoon.
extend a very great warm welcome to our university for the 14th International Conference on the theme of data science and engineering and cloud computing. We are very welcome you, sir, and for your great keynote session, which inspire our audience. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon for you. And thanks for the invitation. My name is Ahmed Sayed. I'm from the School of Electronic Engineering and Computer Science at Queen Mary University of London. And today I'm going to talk to you about an interesting paradigm that have emerged recently called federated learning. And specifically, I'll talk about how to, how we are working towards making federated learning practical and efficient. So a bit of a short bio about myself. And the outline first is that I'm gonna talk about the application bits of how federated learning is being used and how it emerged historically. Then I will talk about the research bits and introduce some research work related to federated learning and some takeaways and how we move forward from there. So the application bit is basically we have big data analytics and that have evolved to what we call as distributed ML systems. And recently we have this federated learning paradigm. So if we give some background on the big data systems, we see that we mostly most of our applications are driven by data. And the data science is the science of deriving insights from the data we have and getting predictions. This can be used for driving business and operational intelligence. And commonly, we are familiar with some term that have been around for more than almost 2 decades called big data. And usually it refers to data with 3 V's or one of these V's, which is volume, velocity, and variety. And the big data analytics is these software ecosystems that are there to support the processing of and the analysis of big data, such as some of you may be familiar with naming with MapReduce, Hadoop, Spark, Kafka, Databricks. And these are software frameworks that allow us to handle or process large amount of data in an efficient manner. So there have been algorithms and methods that emerged to basically process this data, and among of them are the machine learning algorithms. So basically, machine learning algorithms are algorithms that make the computer system learn from the data, right? And afterwards, there have been evolution in machine learning, and now we have deep neural networks or deep learning, which uses, as you are familiar, neural networks to learn patterns of features from the data. And also to support all of this, we need systems and software, obviously. And the systems are intended for managing and integrating these parts together, right? How to consume the data, how to process the data, how to generate the results, and how to visualize the results. All these software systems together constitute the software framework needed to process the data. So as you can see here, we have a cycle of data collection and then the analysis after collecting the data, so from maybe IoT devices, from organizations, from governments. These are collected and sent to the machine learning algorithm for doing analysis to generate insights. And this will be used for making decisions on our daily life or infrastructure that we have. And again, these are like a kind of continuous feedback life cycle. The data again is collected from the environment or infrastructure to feed in again and have all of the continual predictions and insights about our life. So the big recently we have seen a big and rich data, and most of the major companies nowadays are reliant on data, right? Most of their revenue comes from the data they have. So we have seen an exponential growth of unstructured data, such as images, video, voice, and these or text, and usually these require real-time processing to have timely insights. And that has led to the popularity of ML methods, because traditional methods weren't able to work on these unstructured data. However, with the growth of the data, again, we needed also a growth into computing. And that led to the distributed computing paradigms, where we have abundance of compute resources in the cloud and edge, and and the devices of the users now are becoming more powerful. So even though they are becoming more powerful, still they are not keeping up with the pace and the needs of this big data that we have around us. So distributed ML systems are in line with this trend, and they are kind of unique algorithms and systems that try to solve challenges within the AI or ML pipeline by doing this in a distributed manner. So there are ways to distribute either the data or distribute the model. So these are kind of details that we'll not look into, but my focus today, since we are talking about federated learning mostly, I'm gonna talk about where the data exists. So usually most of our data nowadays lives at the edge or generated at the edge, right? They are not generated in data centers or the cloud. Mostly we are the producers of most of the data. So we have billions of phones, IoT devices deployed everywhere that are constantly generating this data. And most of this are used by most of the companies to create new products or applications. And they get revenue out of this. Eventually, this helps us to have a better life. But again, it's revenue driven. So also to keep up with this data and the growth of and complexity of the data, we have now advanced specialized hardware. We have GPUs, we have neural processing units, NPUs, we have TPUs. So all of these are kind of special hardware designed to process different types of data more efficiently. And again, this is combined with some privacy restrictions like GDPR and all the regulations around how the restrictions on how we can use or access the user data. So both of these has led to kind of pushing computation towards the edge, because the edge devices, the mobile devices and IoT devices are becoming more powerful. They have their own computation now, and the restriction of not moving the data to the cloud or around has also fueled this movement toward moving everything to the edge. So what is the benefit of moving computation to the edge? We have improved latency. Things can work offline without needing to contact the cloud. We can have better battery life, and we can also have the privacy advantages that we just mentioned. So that has led to distributed ML methods at the edge emerging recently to address this issue. So if we think about this, we have what we call as federated learning. This is a term that describes distributed machine learning on the edge or in a decentralized manner. So we can distinguish between three categories here called, we have the centralized distributed ML, and we have decentralized, and we have the federated ML, distributed ML. So in the centralized setting, for distributed ML, what happened is that, and this is the traditional way of doing things until the privacy restrictions have been imposed, and before the mobile device becomes powerful, this is the way everything was done. So usually the sensors were deployed on maybe a transportation system or whatever, and data are collected to the cloud where the data is stored and processed by these machine learning algorithms, right? So usually, since we are collecting large amount of data from various entities, it's quite good for generalization over this large data, but it was bad for communication because you need to communicate with the cloud and transfer a large amount of data, and as well as the privacy wasn't there. So that's one drawback for centralized. The decentralized setting is that we are doing training and average prediction, meaning that we are asking, so the computation and data happens on the edge device, and they generate their own predictions, right? Each one generates a prediction and send its own prediction to the cloud, and the cloud averages this prediction basically to generate an average. And this is not weren't good for generalization. Obviously, it's not as good as training the model on the data. Averaging prediction is not the same in terms of accuracy. However, this is more useful for limiting the consumption on communication or also keeping the data also private because the data is not moved to the cloud. The last thing is that federated learning or federated ML is where we train and average the models, not the predictions. Okay, so that's how it's different. And usually we train the models on the edge devices, and each device will not share a prediction or the outcome of the inference. It will share the whole model that it has trained to basically to the cloud, and the cloud aggregates this into a global model, which achieves better accuracy than the decentralized one. So usually it's also keeps communication low because the models are not as large as the data. And also the privacy is maintained because the data is still kept at the edge device. So these are the differences in terms of these paradigms. We have also now what we call as differentiation between cross-silo and cross-device setting. So in cross-silo federated learning, usually it's between organizations. Like if we have hospitals, we have banks, we have universities, whatever the type of organization or governments, they are trying to collaborate together. We're not talking here about edge device or IoT device in millions or billions of number. We're talking here on a few organizations that want to collaborate together. And usually they have powerful servers in their premises, and each are working on a task with their own data, but they don't want to share the data. So, for example, hospital, the patient data is sensitive data, and the hospitals wouldn't like to share this probably with other hospitals, CT scans or whatever. They don't want to share this, right? So we want a way to train a model that is, good for everyone, right? Or collaborative model, because if I just train on my own data, my model wouldn't be performing as well as if I train something globally. So this is where cross-silo works out. So it has been employed in healthcare system. It has been employed in banking between banks to basically detect fraud or credit card fraud. It has been used in education systems to improve the assessment and feedback models. It has been also deployed in transportations and other, other applications as well. So I'm not inclusive of every application here, but these are just an examples to give you a gist of what they are, where they are used. So now moving to the more popular setting, which is where federated learning has emerged by Google initially. It was developed in 2017 by Google to address their need for, and they initially tried it on training their Google keyboard that we use on Android devices. So in cross-device setting, usually we have data on the devices, right? And essentially this data can be our text that we write, how we write things, and then for example in the next word prediction for Google Keyboard. So the data cannot be shared with the cloud for again the privacy restrictions. Okay, and the volume would be quite large considering we're talking billions of users around the world. So now what happened is that the Google will ship the model to your device. Okay, so you have a version of the model on your device for the next word prediction, and it will start training while you are sleeping, keeping the phone down and connecting it to the charger. It will start training a model, and then after training the model, you will send this updated model to the Google Cloud, and it will start aggregating this model into a global model. And after this happen, it will start deploying the new model. Obviously, it's going to be more improved model to the devices after the training. So usually cross-device is consumer or user-oriented, not between organizations or government or institutions. So as I said, Google has used it for their Google keyboard for next word prediction, and they could improve the model by 24%, which is quite good in machine learning to improve by this percentage over the traditional models they had. Amazon uses it for this voice recognition on Alexa and other equipment they have, Echo and others. Apple uses it also for voice recognition on the Siri. If you have iPhone, you know Siri. So they use it for training Siri for the voice recognition task. Microsoft, since it's a platform company, they have deployed or developed an FL platform. So because it's an infrastructure oriented company, they are built this in their Amazon Azure cloud. So these are for cross silo, and usually FL on smartphones. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. So this is a demonstration of how I skipped the smartphone, but you can see here the IoT devices. It wasn't working for some reason. But for IoT devices, you can see here how this happened. You have initially the models are trained, right? You have different colors. They are aggregated. The global model has the combination of all these models, and they are shipped to the devices to be deployed, and so on. The process continues maybe forever, actually. The global model keeps improving over time by doing these iterations of training, deploying, training, deploying. Okay, and this is a live demo where that has been done by a university in China. They are showing you here, mobile devices that are, you can see here some of the clients are ready and they are sampled for training. You can see some of them running and become running and then picked up at different stages to train the model. So usually in cross-device, you are not training everyone at the same time. You do subsample, because if you're talking about millions of devices, you can't train on millions of devices at the same time. And even that wouldn't help the model to converge. So they subsample and the train, then do these iterations continually until the model converges to, as you can see here, to acceptable accuracy. So this is the application side of things. I'm going to talk now a bit of research type of talk. As we have seen now, FL applications are becoming trendy, and everyone is looking at using federated learning. But we shouldn't forget about the technical challenges that make this or prohibit federated learning from being deployed in a large scale. And that's why it's not now deployed in a large scale, right? Usually only companies that have control over the devices can do this. And this is for many reasons. We're gonna talk about some open problems that have been identified in federated learning. So as you can see here, the number of papers over the past years have been increasing, exponentially. Now it's more than, in thousands of paper every year published with federated learning in the title. So, however, the problem is that most of these papers are not looking at the practical side of things. They are usually simulation-based or model-based. They are not considering the practical deployment or setting where federated learning would work. So they are still, the current FL systems are far from practical or efficient. The problem with efficiency is that we have a heterogeneity issue. So as you can see, we have different devices of different types with different data, different device configurations, different network setting. Everything is heterogeneous. And working with a heterogeneous setting is very difficult compared to a homogeneous setting like the cloud or data centers. In data centers, you have the servers of the same specification, and you expect devices to be performing at the same speed, and you can partition the data in a balanced way to converge to the model accuracy at fast rate. This doesn't happen with federated learning because of this heterogeneity issue. Currently, also the optimization algorithms that are they have been used for traditional ML, not in a distributed setting, are not yet there. That they didn't adapt to the federated learning setting. So there are various issues. We're still using the distributed SGD or something like that. but it still didn't converge to something that matches the traditional SGD or the centralized SGD. So also we have the issues related to multitask learning. Expect that when we have multitask setting, meaning that each device has different task or different target, how we work with such situations, how we can personalize the model after the training, how we can do meta learning in this case. So these are efficiency and effectiveness issue that still exist. We have also adaptive ML workflows for FL that not yet addressed. We have privacy and security issues, such as tools and technologies needed to ensure security. We need to have some protections against external malicious actors. There is fairness and bias issue because the subsampling doesn't include everyone, so some devices may be excluded, and that means we are not training on the full global data distribution, and hence fairness issues will arise. So lastly is the system, basically, and here we don't have yet systems that are efficient enough to scale with this large number of devices. So there is so many issues related to systems, and the ones that I highlighted in red is the one that I'm going to focus on in this talk, how to address them. So to explain again the steps as I showed you, in federated learning, we have devices who check in with the server saying that I'm ready to train. Then the server will send the task to these devices, right? And they will start training each at its own pace. So after finishing the training, they will send the updates. So as you can see, one of them took very long because it's a slow device or it has background workload. It takes a longer time than the deadline to report back to the server. And this is where we have this struggler issue. And this is because of the heterogeneity issue. So this heterogeneity issue can result into or source from heterogeneous data distributions. And this will lead to what we call as non-ID setting in federated learning that impacts the quality. We have also diverse hardware and network that impacts or results in strugglers, which will impact time. We have also clients that are not always available, which impact the inclusivity of federated learning. Since not everyone is available at the training and we do subsampling, then the inclusion might be impacted. We have clients that are not honest, and they sometimes are malicious and try to degrade the global model. And we need ways to combat these adversaries. So typically in system research, I do system research, and in most of the approach that I take is to first look into real-world benchmarks and datasets to understand how the existing benchmark work out and what are the state of the art. Then I move on to experimental studying this in detail and doing empirical analysis to quantify what are the main issues. Then we try to propose some solution and develop this and test this solution and go back with this experimental study back and forth until we are satisfied with the solution. So these are some of the work that we have done recently, covering various aspects that I mentioned before. So in the first case, as I said, we did some empirical analysis that have been quite extensive, looking at almost 13,000 GPU hours of training. And this is almost 1.5 years of training on GPUs. And this included 15,000 experiments where we varied the heterogeneity, the model type, the datasets, the FL learning hyperparameters, device proportions, everything we have that can be varied, we have varied it in these experiments. So to quantify the impact of each factor on the heterogeneity or the model quality and the fairness problem. So what we have found is that the quality and fairness can be impacted significantly by all these factors that we have found. And in most cases, we found that the model may not converge in an extreme setting of some of these variables that we have identified. Obviously, I'm not going to go into the details here, but if you're welcome to look at the papers here where we have all the results about this. next, how to solve the issue, right? We did the empirical analysis, we studied the problem, we understand now what the problem is and where they come from. So one of the problem is that the devices are heterogeneous, right? And we wanted to homogenize the computation on the devices to achieve the same performance. So what we thought about is that we have wide range of devices from low-end to high-end devices. And this affects their participation in the training or ability to finish the training and upload their model. So what we thought about is using quantization-aware training, okay? And quantization-aware training, instead of training in a full floating point per session, we quantize the model, even though that will result in a reduction in accuracy. At least the device can participate and share even a partial knowledge extracted from its data. So obviously, there are so many benefits from quantization-aware training. We can reduce communication time for transfer, and we can also reduce the computational needs to perform the training on these devices. So this will lead to a significant improvement. As you can see here from this result, we have the blue line here showing when we have device heterogeneous setting in this experiment. And this is the degradation in terms of performance. The black line shows the homogeneous case, meaning that all devices have the same setting with full floating point per session of 32-bit. Now we applied AQFL, our proposed technique, on the device heterogeneous setting, which is shown in red. As you can see now, we can achieve the same performance as the homogeneous setting, even though we are working on a device heterogeneous setup. So that's how we managed to homogenize the computation to achieve the performance of the ideal homogeneous setting. Another work that we did is looking into resource efficiency. So many of the current work rely on improving the time to accuracy, right? This is a metric, how long I take until I achieve the target accuracy. And that by nature will try to leverage the fast devices to complete fast the training, okay? And that's not good for resource efficiency for many reasons, because now you are stressing or using more the fast devices and you are leaving out the slow devices to just finish faster. So this will impact the diversity and the efficiency, and there is a trade-off between these two. So the diversity means that we need to improve the client's inclusion, who owns the data, and efficiency means we want to reduce the computation and communication consumed. And for referral framework that we have proposed, that we propose an intelligent selection mechanism that maximizes the diversity. Okay, and also we propose the novel stale aggregation mechanism. The way we do aggregation, we have proposed a novel method that can improve the efficiency. And by combining these two, we managed to achieve these two goals, the conflicting goals. So as you can see here from the performance that we found compared to one of the state-of-the-art published on OSDI, we can achieve significantly improved performance compare with the state-of-the-art with minimal amount of resource consumption and even with less amount of time. So in this work, we achieved significant results that led to this framework that we have published, and it's open source and many are using it currently in their research. We also looked at energy efficiency. And the problem with federated learning, we have battery-powered devices that are based on battery. And we wanted also to look or consider battery scenarios. Most of the current systems, like Google's, they only train when the device is connected to a power source. So we thought about scenarios where we want to train while the devices are moving or mobile and using the battery. So in this case, we wanted to have an energy-aware selection mechanism that tries to minimize the energy consumption on the target devices, while maintaining also the model quality without significant degradation. And EFL here, as you can see in these battery-constrained devices, when devices can drop out because of running out of battery, we can see here that EFL achieves significant improvement in performance or quality of the model compared to all of the state-of-the-art.
Sir,
So,
we have
sorry,
the waiting. This was a wonderful speech. Thank you so much. May I invite Dr. Nidhi Mishra to present a sampling to our esteemed speaker, Professor Pasquale Coscia.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Can
Good
you hear me?
afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. So it's a very warm welcome to invite you for as a respectable keynote speaker for the 14th International Conference on the themes of cloud computing and data science and engineering, that is Confluence 2024. So, sir, thank you very much so that you have accepted our welcome for this keynote session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. And so I'm Pasquale Coscia. I'm from University of Milan in Italy, and I'm an assistant professor. And today I would like to talk about image synthesis for industrial applications. So this is one of the most important topic in industrial scenarios. So here you can see the outline of the presentation. I will firstly show you the main advantages of what we call large language models and large visual models that are used in the industry. But then I would like to dive into the image-to-image translation models. These are quite useful for image generation. And we will see one application for creating basically defects in industrial products. And then we will see some optimized techniques for these kind of models. So I think everyone is familiar with industrial processes, how they are created, how products are created. And nowadays, basically, we rely on advanced manufacturing for improving the production processes, to improve the competitiveness of the industry, of the companies. But there is one important domain that is defect generation that is quite useful when we have to deal with products. Here you can see a very simple example of an industrial process where we want to create a product. There are different steps, and of course, nowadays we want customized products to provide to the users. So we need, of course, something that could be automatized. So we need something that could spot defects or can highlight basically parts of the products that are not conform basically to the standards. So typically we use cameras, so RGB cameras, LiDAR or infrared cameras, and we try to inspect these kind of products. So in order to train these kind of systems, of course, we need a lot of data, as we know. So the problem is how can we create or how can we collect images of defective products, since we do not have a lot of them. So this is basically the main topic of this presentation. Of course, from one side, we have large language models. So everyone is familiar with these kind of models that can process a lot of data and can provide very powerful performance for analyzing text. So nowadays we have GPT-4, we have a lot of models from private companies. And these kind of models can be easily adapted for some industrial tasks, especially if you want to process internal documents or you want to process text in general. You can use these kind of models by fine-tuning them. The problem is that if you consider images, well, in that case, images of industrial products are very different from the images that we typically consider for training instead visual models. Since we have a different structure, we have a different content, a lot of textures that are different from the standard images, let me say. So here you can see a comparison between the common images that are used for visual models. So you can see we have a lot of images that we can collect of objects like chairs, desks, or photos of cities, people, animals, and so on, and so on. From the other side, we have this kind of industrial images. So you can see these are real images that we typically analyze for industrial processes, where we have basically to inspect the quality of the products. So we have to inspect, for example, the quality of woods, of motherboards, or even medical images. So as you can see, there is a different structure related to the content of the images. So it is very difficult to adapt architectures or models that have been created for standard images to instead industrial scenarios. We have a lot of large vision models. So these are models that have been specifically created for processing images and are trained on billions of data. We have vision transformers, we have convolution neural networks, we have clip models, clip-based architectures, where we have at our disposal data collected from internet, and we can consider also data sets of billions of data, where in typical these kind of models are trained using pairs of images and text. The problem is that these kind of models, as I said, could not be easily adapted to the industrial scenarios. So this is what we try to do. So try to adapt models or create new models that could be used in for industrial applications. So here you can see an example of using these models, for example, DALL-E or fast stable diffusion. If you try to use these kind of prompts, so this kind of text, in order to generate images like damaged transistors or transistors on a circuit board with other components and so on, we actually get as output very high quality images. The problem is that these kind of images cannot be used in practice because they do not resemble real defective products. So they are not useful for spotting anomalies for our production lines. So using this kind of very powerful tools is still challenging in the industry. But there is actually an important domain in deep learning, and especially in the deep generative model domain that is related to the image-to-image translation capability. So basically, there are models that can translate one input image into a target image. So this is very useful for not only for computer vision, but also for security, medicines, and so on. The goal of these models is basically to apply a set of transformations. So this is similar to what is done by vision models, where basically we apply, for example, convolutional layers or attention-based layers for processing and transforming the input image. The only difference of standard, for example, classification models with respect to this kind of models is that we apply a transformation in order to preserve the content of the image. So we do not want to classify, so we do not want to compress this representation, but actually we want to maintain the same space of the input, in this case RGB images, for example, and we want to extract basically an information, or we want to transform this information, preserving the content. So here you can see the analogy between text-to-image and this kind of models, image-to-image translation. So with a text-to-image models, we train our model with pairs of texts and images, and we try to match the prompt with the input image. So basically, at the end, if we try to provide a prompt, we will get the an image that represents that prompt. With the image-to-image translation models, instead, there is no text. So basically, we just use images, and we transform the input or the source image into the target one. So we have to try to learn this mapping from the source to the target domain. And it is also useful for a lot of things, like the super resolution, for example, or for transforming maps into satellite images and so on. It is, in this case, you can see an example where a map is transformed into a satellite image. Regarding the formulation of this problem, actually, there are a lot of, as in typical all machine learning domains, we have multiple formulations of this problem. We can consider the so-called supervised image-to-image translation model, where basically the idea is to have paired images. So this means that for the input image, we know the corresponding target image, and they refer to the same object. So we know that for that specific pair, we have a correspondence. So we know that we can associate one source image to another target image. And this means that the conditional probability distributions of the source and the target image are basically refer to the same joint probability distribution. So samples basically come from the same joint probability distribution. But there is another aspect of this domain where we can consider instead unsupervised learning, where the idea is to not consider correspondences between images. So in this slide, for example, you can see an input image, a picture that is basically transformed following the style of one of these painters. So in this case, we do not have a correspondence between the source and target domain, but actually what we have is a lot of images from one domain and a lot of images from for the other domain. And what we have to do is to try to find this correspondence. Of course, this is a much more difficult problem because it is a nilpost problem, since there are a lot of joint distributions that provide basically all these images. But in practice, even though it is much more difficult, in practice, it is very useful because, especially in the industry, we do not have correspondences. So this is probably the type of learning that we have to consider for our practical applications. How can we train these kind of models? There are a lot of deep learning architectures losses that we can use for imposing basically the preservation of the content, to preserve the structure of the image and of the input image and so on. Here you can see a picture representing the losses that are typically used for image-to-image translation models. So probably the most important one is the so-called cycle loss. So a cycle loss is basically a type of loss that is applied to the input image and the output image. But the main aspect of this loss is that is applied to a double transformation. So what does it mean? In practice, we have our input image that is transformed into our target image. What we do in this case is to transform again this output image into the input domain. And then we try to basically match this X basically image and output image X hat. So what we are doing here is to impose a form of content preservation. So we try to preserve the content of the image in order to not be discarded basically during the transformation. And this is probably the most important loss of this kind of models. But of course, there are a lot of the other losses that you can apply, like symmetric losses that basically are used for paired image-to-image translation. Or there are, for example, contrastive losses that are quite useful if you consider basically patches of the input and the target images. So these are basically this is an overview of the most important losses that you can use with these kind of models. If you read papers about image-to-image translation, probably you will see these kind of datasets. So we have datasets related to autonomous driving, where they try to transform semantic maps into RGB images and vice versa. We have some datasets related to transforming satellite images into maps, but there are a lot of other datasets that you can find. For example, transforming black and white images into colored images and so on. Regarding the applications of these kind of models, here you can see some of them. One is related to the industrial scenario. For example, you could have thermal cameras, and probably you would need RGB images. So you need basically a model that can transform these thermal images into RGB images. And this can be done training eye-to-eye models. So you start from the thermal image. You can, in this specific application, for example, you can transform this into grayscale image and then colorize this image. So in this case, multiple steps are involved. But this is very useful for monitoring, for environmental monitoring, for example. Or it can be very useful for generating defects. And this is one of the applications I would like to focus on in this talk, where basically you try to create or generate actually defects on industrial products that can be used for training classifier or systems that could spot anomalies in products. There are applications related to remote sensing. So if you have, for example, images captured in summer and very few images captured in winter, you can train models for generating new images and then apply change detection models for detecting changes in the images. There are applications related to satellites where the most important thing is to have images related to different bands, and one band, of course, could be missing, and you can recreate this from the other bands. And finally, we have applications related to the medical domain. In this domain, of course, we have a lot of privacy problems. So we need basically models for synthesize new images, and eye-to-eye models can be very, very useful in this case. Regarding the generation of defects, more specifically, I would like to show you one, the results of one of our recent work that has been published at ICIT in last year, where basically we try to create a model for generating new defects in industrial products. So on the left, you can see the input to our model, where we have basically textures. We have images of products, like in this case, a transistor, and we try to generate a defect. Of course, this should be learned automatically by the network. But we try also to localize the defects. So what we did is also to include or to output actually a segmentation map that is not related to the object actually, but is related to the defect. So it basically localizes where the defect has been created by our network. So these are the an interesting output of our network. What we did is to create an adversarial-based architecture. So we started, of course, from a CNN. So here you can see the architecture related to one of our generators, because typically you have multiple generators depending on the domains. So we started basically from the input image. We apply some layers, convolutional layers, some residual layers, and then what we try to do is to split this path into two branches. So we have one branch that is related to the image, RGB image, and the other branch that instead related to the segmentation mask. The problem is that in this case, we do not have any communication between the two branches. We need something to have to create a correspondence between the RGB image and the segmentation mask. So what we did is to consider a very simple thing. We try to concatenate basically intermediate layers of these two branches in order to have some sort of communication between them. So we try to concatenate and use one-by-one convolutions in order to have basically masks that can localize where the defects have been created on the input image. How can we train these models? As I said, this is an adversarial-based architecture. So the first thing is to use a GAN loss. So if you're familiar with GANs, basically we have a discriminator, and the idea is to use in this case, a convolutional-based discriminator for basically detecting if the input is a synthesized image or a real defect coming from our dataset. So this is, of course, the first thing that we have for our model, but of course, it is not enough. Since we have to create a translation from the input domain to the output domain, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, we need something that could preserve the content of the image. So what we did is to impose or to consider another loss, in this case, the cycle loss, that starts from the defective image, translates into a non-defective image, and then comes back to the original input. So we try to impose basically a content preservation from defective to non-defective and vice versa domains. So far, we have analyzed RGB images, but there are also segmentation masks that we have to consider for our output. So one thing that we added is a loss that basically considers an adversarial loss that considers the concatenation between the RGB images and the segmentation mask. So what we are doing here is to use an additional discriminator that acts on the concatenation of RGB images and segmentation masks. Of course, this is very useful in order to have images or defects basically that are correctly localized. And finally, there is another thing that we added related to the background. Even though we have seen the cycle loss is very useful for preserving the content, the problem is that sometimes the background is modified by the network, and this is something that we do not want. So in order to preserve only the background or to focus more on the preservation of the background, what we did is to include this mean square error loss. So we try to extract the background from the image using the segmentation masks, and we try basically to extract the background from both the images, so the one of input and the one generated by our network. And we try to minimize the distance for the background. So in this case, we are pretty sure that background will be maintained for the output image. In order to test this architecture, what we did is to use a very famous dataset, especially used for anomaly detection, that is the MVTech AD dataset. This dataset contains a lot of images, high-quality images from real production lines, even though the defects have been manually created, but they resemble, I mean, real production lines. It contains a lot of objects with pixel level annotations, but we try to only focus on three products that you can see here in the table. The most important thing to note is that when you consider, I mean, images without defects, you have a lot of samples, typically 200-300 samples. The problem is that with defects, you have, if you consider defects of these input images, you have very few training samples. So this is, of course, something that you have to take into account when you train your architecture. And in order to solve, I mean, some problems, we defined some data augmentation pipelines like this one, where we augment the defects in order to have multiple samples to train our network. So we apply very simple things like normalization, random cropping, and so on. Regarding the output of our architecture, here you can see a comparison between the, I mean, our models and other very famous image-to-image translation models. So given these three input images, our approach in general is able to better localize the defects and create new, synthesize new defects. For example, for the transistor, I mean, the generated image actually was not in the training set. So this was very surprising to us because, I mean, there were no transistors of this type. So this means that actually the architecture learned the concept of removing a pin from a transistor. But this is also true for the other products. So as you can see, I mean, our approach in general achieves very good performance. In order to quantify this improvement with respect to the other models, we used standard quality metrics like feed or ellipse matrix. These are metrics that measure from one side the distance with respect to the training set, basically. And the second one, the ellipse matrix, instead related to the diversity. So the first one says, okay, the generated images are very close to the training set. So this means that we are generating images that resemble industrial products. Regarding the diversity matrix, well, in that case, we are the second best model. Even though in general this matrix is quite low. So this means that actually our model is not so good in developing different types of defects. So it mostly concentrates on one or two types of defects and is not able to generalize very well. So this is one of the main limitations of our architecture. So once we have our synthesized images, what we try to do is to use these images for training a classifier. This is basically the end of our was the end of our work. We try to train a classifier using synthesized images and verified its performance compared on a standard classifier. So a classifier that basically did not see any synthesized image. So here you can see some plots regarding the performance, the accuracy, precision, and recall matrix for three architectures. We used very standard architectures. And we can see that with respect to a very dummy classifier that basically outputs a defective-free result regardless of the input, we are able to improve the performance of the other two. So this means that our classifiers trained on these synthesized images can be used on real production lines for spotting anomalies or defects on industrial products. So as I said, we have now not so diversity and some overfitting problem actually on the output. And probably the most important problem is that these kind of architectures are very difficult to be trained on powerful hardware. So in general, what we try to define is also optimization techniques. I will not go into the details, but if you are interested, there is a paper published last year at CIVEMSA where we try to define these optimized structure for generating images on edge devices. So with this basically optimization procedure, you are able to generate images with edge devices or resource constrained devices. These images, for example, refer to typical data sets used for image-to-image translation, where you want to translate an apple into an orange and vice versa. But in general, when you have imbalances or resource constraints related to the resources, you can apply this optimization technique for improving the performance. So basically, this concludes my presentation. So we have seen that large vision models are not yet mature, but we can use eye-to-eye models or optimized eye-to-eye models for a lot of industrial applications. I could suggest, if someone is interested in exploring, for example, knowledge distillation, transfer learning techniques, or continual learning, that could be quite useful in the industry where you don't have a lot of time to train every time new models. So these could be some suggestions if you are interested in this domain. So thank you very much, and I would be very happy to answer your questions.
It is a great privilege and honor to have amongst us Professor Schuler, Professor of Artificial Intelligence and the head of GLAM at Imperial College, London, UK. Professor Schuler received his diploma, doctoral degree, habilitation, and adjunct teaching professor in machine intelligence and signal processing and electrical engineering and information technology from TUM in Munich, Germany, where he has been called as full professor of health informatics. He's also full professor of artificial intelligence and the head of GLAM at Imperial College, London, UK. Guest professor of embedded intelligence for healthcare and well-being at the University of Augsburg, Germany, co-founding CEO and current CSO of Audiering, amongst other professorships and affiliations. Previous stays include full professor at the University of Passau, Germany, key researcher at Journum Research in Grace, Austria, and the CNRS LIMSI in Orsay, France. He is a fellow of the IEEE and the Golden Core awardee of the IEEE Computer Society, fellow of the BCS, fellow of the ELLIS, fellow of the ICSA, fellow and president emeritus of the AAC, elected full member Sigma Xi and the senior member of the ACM. He co-authored 1,200 plus publication, is field chief editor of Frontiers in Digital Health and was editor-in-chief of the Service of the Community. His 50 plus awards include having been honored as one of the 40 extraordinary scientists under the age of 40 by the WEF in 2015. Currently, he was awarded IEEE Signal Processing Society Distinguished Lecturer 2024. May I please invite Dr. Nidhi Mishra to present a sapling to our esteemed speaker, Professor Schuler.
Good afternoon, sir. It's my immense pleasure to welcome you as a keynote speaker in this 14th International Conference. Cloud Computing and Data Science theme is there, organized by Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Sir, we are welcoming you in this session, and the audience are waiting for your session, sir. Please start the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for having me today. And I'm all excited to talk to you about health informatics. And the title is a bit catchy. Of course, it's Health Informatics Unplugged. entering the matrix of modern medicine. Now, what is meant by that is that we're collecting more and more data, we shall see in a slide, and we are analyzing more and more data, of course, with deep learning these days, to get your health information processed in real time, anywhere, anytime, and hopefully at a low cost, hopefully available to all or most of us. To basically overcome the current bottleneck that your GP, your general practitioner, has only some 7 minutes around the world on average for you. And of course, you're not going there every day, but maybe a quarter annually or something like that. So we want to have much better health monitoring in the future. So hence the matrix and hence modern medicine. So the talk will therefore deal mostly with hosted, so not in a clinic setting, meaning that we're monitoring health in the future. We assume much more in your daily life at different positions in your body, on the head, for example, by phone. There could be a camera posing at your face, or a microphone and things like that to capture your voice. Smart jewelry like earables that have even accelerometers or heart rate measurement in the ear. We have other positions like the thoracic, where you have smart clothing. We know, of course, the chest strap from running, but much more is to come. Then we have manual. The smart watch is already a standard accessoire in many cases, but we also have smart jewelry these days coming up more and more, like rings, smart rings, maybe, you know, the Aura ring or similar things. In the future, maybe even more of those, even smart implants or tattoos. A new one upcoming is the abdominal region, where we might even have ingestible sensors, so something that you swallow and that is being digested, but before that is the case, it's sending data or collecting data somehow. Well, other positions on the body, like the pedal era, where you have smart shoes and things like that. And from all of those, we sense about your health state was a lot of different things, like your sleep time and patterns, your physical activity, your location, your lightning conditions. That's, of course, important when you talk about psychological disorders like depression, but also interaction with technical devices and the like. So the idea is that we have a lot of smart sensors out there, including the IoT. So it could also be cameras surrounding you and microphones surrounding you by smart agents or CCTV. Of course, privacy being always something of super importance to consider, but just saying it could even be sensorless in the sense that you don't have to wear those sensors, but they are just around you. So from that, we collect the data, and then, of course, we run it these days through deep neural networks and have a couple of things to do, like diagnosis, monitoring, but in the future, also more and more prevention and treatment run by AI. And all of that trustable and user-centered. I'll say more about that. So with that, we envision to be sensing a very huge plethora of different health states, coming from the traditional medicine domain, but also from digital psychology, and even sports sciences, of course, where we look into your exercising behavior in the sense of preventive behavior. You can see here things that we are working on in my teams at Imperial and TUM, and it's a lot of things. I'm not really going through them. What you see on the right-hand side is the estimated world prevalence in numbers. So it's as rich as neurodevelopmental syndromes to cancer, to neurodegenerative disorders, then some more specific things like stuttering. A big one these days was depression. We had a lot of COVID-19 research going on, and at the end of the day, we are positive to be able to help every fourth citizen on Earth if you count up the prevalences and assume that this would actually take off and be a good thing. Now, I want to run you through the modalities that we're looking at, and the modalities we're looking at usually start with my favorite one, which is speech. Why is it my favorite one? Because medical and AI usually links you to think of computer vision, of X-rays, of CT, computer tomography, and things like that. Maybe even of ultrasonic, despite named sonic, it's really about a vision thing. So what we feel is undercatered for and has huge potential is audio. And audio comes from the body, from bowel sounds, it comes from snoring, from breathing, and so on. And one very particular one, of course, is speech, in particular when it comes to mental disorders or psychological disorders. So just to guide you through one example of how we go with these sensors through deep learning to monitor you 24/7, let me pick depression as a very prevailing one right now, and as one we do a lot of examples and research on. And this is just a recent big study. It's not so recent because it was a 5-year project, but it's come to an end, and that's always when we look into the data. And here you can see how we collected data and how much data you get in return. We collected from 585 enrolled participants' speech data for depression monitoring through active sampling, meaning that we ask the users to talk throughout the day repeatedly, and the app collects the data. And then you can see we're losing a lot of data because at the end, the free response data is a 74% return, meaning that usually we already lose a bit of data. When asking what were the major reasons, and we wrote a larger paper on that, one of the most worrying one was that the people said they didn't collect data because they didn't feel well. Now that's worrying because that's exactly what we want to sense, of course. So if we don't know data, that seems to be a very first sign that things are not good. Now, what you can do with those is analyze them first in the traditional way. Here, for example, we were looking at correlations with acoustic features that were described by experts, like recording duration, phonation time, and so on. And you can see we collected data in different countries, UK, Netherlands, and Spain, and we collected it for scripted speech and for free speech. And I'm going just forcing back a bit to show you that there is a difference in scripted speech, meaning that they have to read something or they talk freely. But what is clear is that some features correlate with depression. That's the ones that are off the line in the middle. And you can see some that correlate a lot as recording duration. So if you don't talk for too long, maybe you're not in a good mood. And then you have phonation time ratio. So it's also about speed of talking, speaking rate is highly correlating. It's also a bit about other prosodic factors. That's what you would assume. So that's the traditional looking into what acoustic information correlates and can we do something with that. We're also looking into the text that you're speaking. So this is literally listening to the person, to the patient. This is something that humans often complain about, that doctors these days don't listen any longer. The AI could even be empathetic in the future and do a little bit of the talking around this thing. Here we're really looking into diagnosis and listening into the words. What we're using here is a simple speech to text, so an ASR engine like OpenAI's Whisper, do some topic modeling with some large model like BERT, and then we identify risk topics for depression. Now we had a small grouping with some 9 topics, and we had a larger grouping with more topics and different inventories, PHQ 8 or 9 standard depression rating inventories. And what you can see is that when they talk about sleep or having no expectations, that's a worrying sign. Well, that's what your intuition would tell you, right? If somebody's talking about their sleep troubles or having no expectations in life, obviously they are at risk of depression. While when they're talking about the weekend, their friends and family, everything seems to be good. When we broke it down into finer groups, we got more obvious ones like talking about studying or coursework or mental therapy. That's warning signs. One that is maybe more interesting is haircut. Why would you talk about haircut? Well, people often want a haircut if they want to change things in life. Maybe that's the reason. But what you can see is that we can, similar to the acoustic features, see what linguistic information gives us a clue about psychological disorders, in this case, depression. Now we're moving, of course, towards automatic analysis. This has been done since a decade at least, if not 2.5, depending on how you count this, effective computing or particularly looking into depression. But things have changed, and these days people mostly use large models, no surprise, like large audio models, self-supervised trained, like WAF2VEC 2.0, which is a favorite in the many competitive challenges I run at different venues. So right about now, we have a lot of papers seen and produced ourselves that use WAF2VEC 2.0 for acoustic analysis. and they really made a huge leap forward in accuracy to the point where we can actually use these models in the wild. That's a very exciting point, because it's one thing to download your data, let's say from Kaggle or some platform, run some experiments, and then say, I'm doing clinical something. But the reality is that you're optimizing machine learning algorithms on some random data. It could be finance, it could be clinical, it could be anything. The exciting point to me is, of course, when you take it into more real life practice and start to work with clinicians and see what comes from that. So we have been running collaborations and also in the named fashion, and also with the University of Tokyo. I'm showing you two results from those, where we have been collecting, again, mood, depressed, and we see the scale here from 0 to 10 on the scale of PHQ-2, where we see the distribution, and we want to find a good concordance correlation coefficient with that. And what we had from the patients was a concordance correlation of 0.422. That sounds rather low, maybe you might want to say, but concordance correlation coefficient is less forgiving than correlation, and it is within the range of humans' disagreement, meaning that as long as we can only learn from human ratings, we can't be better than them, right? Because we're only learning to reconstruct them. And the standard deviation across these is also very high, or the disagreement across these. This encouraged us to do a larger study in real life in Japan with the University of Tokyo, with 342 subjects enrolled, and they had active sampling, or EMMA if you prefer, ecological momentary assessment, run repeatedly throughout the daytime and nighttime, where they were asked to speak to the device. And they self-reported DAMS, so different emotions, if you want to give us a learning target to learn against and to test against. And you can see the concordance correlation got even better in this case, 0.55-ish. And that looks really good. It really looks like we're approaching a moment where we can actually use this. Using this means what? It means that we can diagnose and maybe even forecast depression. And we have to do something reasonable with that in the end, of course, like warning somebody or going into an AI intervention. Now, the next one is video. Video is also a strong one, you could be saying, because video gives you the facial expression. If you look at a newborn child, it always strikes me how they're verbally extremely limited, but their facial expression is already very, very strong. So you can immediately get a lot from their face. And it's also a classic, of course, in effective computing. And we were running challenges on this too, for example, on the back depression inventory and the audiovisual emotion challenge. This is one of our later approaches, and we got reasonable results. That inventory having 64-point scale and us being off by about a bit under 6 points off. And again, that's very close to the disagreement across experts that would externally rate the patient. One thing that is currently of interest to us is, could we gain something from a 3D modeling and from a stereo vision that we wouldn't get if we look frontally at the face only, and as if we wouldn't model 3D dependencies. And in fact, that's one only thing probably we're running at the moment beyond mere end-to-end learning. But it gave us a bit of improvement indeed, not too strong, a bit on top of it. What you can see is that face is usually very strong as a modality when it comes to psychological disorders. We had also other ones like bipolar disorders, but of course it's maybe not as useful to many other medical cases that I've been speaking about previously. A less tapped into one is physiological data, and physiological data means that we can have some sensors like your wrist-worn smartwatch or Fitbit or whatever, your smart ring maybe. We can collect the data over time and train, for example, an autoencoder, as we did in this project here, to then see changes in particular in behavior or see changes in features. For example, we could above 90% predict COVID-19 from this data. We never intended to do so, but we were collecting throughout the pandemic's onset, and the people enrolled, most of them fell for COVID-19, and we could, from that data, even find COVID-19 onset in this. So it's very basic. It's not fancy approach, rather in the sense that it spots changes, but change monitoring might be sufficient to warn somebody or tell you something's going on. And even if you don't have a full understanding of the disease. Much more powerful, however, is a modality that is gaining momentum recently. It's been researched since quite a while, but it seems to be on vogue, let's say, again, and that's because of the huge advancements we have here, and that is EEG. So basically sensing from the brain activity directly. And for psychological disorders, this seems to be the holy grail, because it means that finally we might be in a position where we surpass human judgment as a learning target. So as long as we have to ask humans about, is this person depressed or not, or how do you feel, we can't surpass humans as that. So we're really after looking directly into the human neural network and see if we can get ground truths from there. Now here you see older work in the sense from last year or a bit of more than a year ago, looking into emotion data actually in a binary task. And what we're using is graph neural networks to model the structure and the topology of the EEG cap that is on your head and of the different sensor positions to get a better channel dependency modeling. And then some recurrent neural network with some shorter memory to model the time series to get your arousal and valence, so how negative or positive you are. And what strikes me is that on this data set, we already have in a subject-independent evaluation above 80% for a binary arousal valence task. Now, I always say these results was a word of warning, because these databases with EEG are usually very small. You're in the lab. Maybe it's all over prototypical because you're eliciting very negative or very positive feelings. So from speech emotion recognition or facial expression emotion recognition, we went a long road to in the wild sensing with much more subtle emotions or depression or whatever psychological disorder display. But it looks promising, and it encouraged us to go into ternary analysis. And you can see here, for example, negative emotion versus neutral emotion versus positive emotion in the lower line, already visually to the human eye different from the activity that we're measuring with the 64-channel EEG cap. The confusion matrix looks particularly good. You can see that on the upper right corner here. We're above 90% in this. And that's where I clearly say, yeah, it all separates quite nicely with the features we're extracting and with the deep neural network we're using. We have to be careful to not overinterpret this, but it seems we really are approaching, yeah, a very strong, modality in near future. And in fact, some colleagues already give warning about the freedom of thought and the future of that. So maybe it's much more powerful than emotions. Let me move to the phone, which is a very important tool for us because it's with you all the day. It can run augmented reality to run an avatar on it, like your virtual GP. It is connected to the internet. It could warn somebody, and it collects a lot of data by itself with a lot of sensors. So by that sheer fact, we were looking into phone data a lot, starting with phone call data, like total calling frequency and call duration, to phone usage data, how often are you using it, how long, to user activity data, like the lock screen duration, number of used apps and so on, sleep time, to GPS data. What we did in this study is look, on the one hand side into now, and on the other hand side into prediction. So 1 week ahead, for example. What is striking is that both results are really on par and both appear very useful in the sense that, yeah, you would have a lot of false positives if you immediately take them as alarm, but they already give you a good indication at around close to 80% for a binary decision and at around a root mean square error of 4 on a scale of 28 points, namely the PHQ-9 score. To our surprise, the different types of sensors were similar in their performance, and their fusion gave us just a little bit of improvement. So they're quite synergistic. So that's a lot of data. We got speech, we got vision, we got physiological data, including EEG. We got the data coming from your smartphone, And of course, at this conference, it's also a lot about the technical aspects of things. I don't want to say too much about it, but just that we have moved from kind of level 1, where we were collecting data ourselves, small databases collected at home, features extracted by experts' rules, like, for example, mean pitch or global motions or whatever it is in your modality, going into a classifier that is fully supervised learned and then gives a diagnosis, to a time where we have started to end-to-end learn representations from the data directly, like the kernels here in a convolutional neural network, or attention maps to learn where to look at, which show good correlation but perform better than traditional features and learn a lot more, like the attention patterns over time, for example. Into a next stage where we also learn neural architectures more and more. So here you see that we are now also learning the neural architecture and even complex hyperparameter topology compounds, like a convolutional neural network feeding into a long shorter memory recurrent neural network, which brings a lot of hyperparameters, like the number of kernels, how many convolutional layers before you do a pooling layer, what time of pooling, and so on and so forth, activation function in the recurrent neural network, GRU or LSTM, and so on. So in that sense, to give you an example again from the speech, we have been showing repeatedly by now that we can learn better topologies than we can handcraft them. So we had always good improvement when we did this for a single network type. Now we also showed that we can improve the quality of matters if you put it together. So even compounds like convolutional meets RNN, and we automatically learn with algorithms like DARTS, the topology, or hand-engineered neural network topologies. Meaning that basically we collect any of the data that I just showed to you, we throw it at this neural blurb learner that learns the features, it learns the topology of the neural network, and then gives you a very performant result at the end of the day. But you still require data to do things, and you still require to do some multimodal fusion. We haven't been doing multimodal fusion fully automatically yet. So learning weights maybe of different modalities is one thing you can do. We have just introduced for that cold fusion in PAMI, where cold fusion basically gives an uncertainty weighting for each modality in real time. So it updates which modality to trust and which to trust less. Here, for example, audio and video. And over time, it automatically adapts in the fusion the weights for that. Of course, you need something that estimates the reliability of a modality, for example, estimate the SNR in speech at the moment or the occlusions in video. But if you got that, you can put it into the fusion and get a good fusion of modalities. That leaves aside a lot of other problems in fusion, because fusion is often asynchronous. Of course, text is much slower than a video, and video is slower than speech frame rates. So there's a lot other modality fusion problems which we would want to learn more automatically in the future as well. But still, we have entered already a new stage, it seems, and the new stage is where maybe you don't even have to collect data anymore, because there's so much data out there, or at least maybe you don't have to collect labels so much more, because collecting the labels is a really expensive thing, of course, not collecting raw data. To that, we made studies at the beginning of last year, of 2023, where we wanted to know if large models have emergent skills in our domain. You know, zero-shot learning has been tested a lot in these models, if they can summarize text, if they can recognize named entities and name it. And some of the large models have also had some supervised training on top, so it's no surprise that they can do some certain tasks. But we were looking into large language models at first to see if they can do health-related tasks like suicidal risk detection and sentiment. Sentiment in the sense of depression-related. If you're in a bad mood, you have negative sentiment. We tried this with ChatGPT, basically prompting ChatGPT, is somebody saying this in a good or bad mood, or is somebody saying this at suicidal risk? Yes, no. And we benchmarked it against the best we had across different decades, from the 1990s, back of words meets support vector machines, from the 2000s, word to vec by Mikolov meets some fully connected layers, and from the 2000 whatever mid 10 onwards, Roberta as a large language model that has been fine-tuned, versus out of the box, no data from our end to train anything, asking a large language model. And the shock for us was the large language models out of the box, so emergently or zero-shot learning, if you prefer, were better than the others and for sentiment, and they were very much on par with the best we could do for suicidal risk. In the meanwhile, loads of other large models have popped up, and they do so every week almost, including audio and video models. We have been showing that we can do zero and few-shot learning very well for the audio modality. We're currently doing it for the video modality, and it becomes clearer and clearer that we have entered a new age where we don't even need to collect data for everything. But even if we collect data, it's a smart idea to somehow connect with the large models and don't leave this potential untapped because it's really huge. Meaning that we're now much more looking into things like how to deal with large models, like prompt tuning. For example, p-tuning v2 worked well for us, or fine-tuning of the weights. For example, LoRa worked well for us. And how to best combine, or old because it's not really old, end-to-end learning neural architecture search optimized approaches trained on our data with the large models on the other hand side to gain even more. Particularly, we hope to also get some potential in explanation and personalization with the large models. So there's not only getting the accuracy of diagnosis improved, there's also other aspects that we have high hopes from these models. And speaking of high hopes and oncoming problems, they're the same across AI these days. I'd say privacy issues, lack of interpretability, on-device constraints, that's huge for large models, of course, a lack of good data and personalization. They're very present in our field too, in health as an application. So we largely have to face those. And what else we got to do is move away from only diagnosing to doing something reasonable about it. When we were helping in the COVID-19 period, I almost felt useless as an AI person, because mostly what we did is diagnose if somebody has COVID or not. Other AI colleagues at Imperial, for example, were doing an excellent job on predicting the spreads and so on. But at the end, it was the doctors who would actually help with the vaccine, right? And maybe from the AI perspective in the future, we can do much more also in treatment, in particular in psychological disorders, where we can assist if there is no human available, or if there is a human available, assist the human expert, or even going more into prevention and be much earlier on with our predictions. This brings us to just a few words on generative AI and its emergence. Generative AI is also very strong these days. We have been trying to render emotional expressions in different styles, cartoon, real human faces, and different emotions, which you see on top. And I'd say it's mind-blowingly good. So these models know about emotion emergently. The lower line with the bigger 4 pictures here is asking them to render depressed images, photorealistic images of depressed people. So these are no real world pictures, but they're made by DALL-E, asking them to show depressed images. And the one thing you can do is, of course, augment your training data, see if that works, but we're thinking much further by now, trying to do empathetic agents and go into a next era of medical help by AI in 24/7 health monitoring, as I was advertising, potentially with ground truth for psychological disorders, meaning that we have by EEG or something similar access to what's really going on, and move much more into prevention, intervention, such that we're not only doing the, are you already having some disorder or some health problem, but much more into trying to avoid it in the first place, or trying to help once you have it as much as we can with rehabilitation, with interventions and the like. Personally, I see that the biggest effort we usually don't do is in usability engineering and personalization. We now really need to make this all usable, trustable to end users. And of course, another very big one for us is energy consumption. But I'd say as techies, we're usually working much more on that end. That's definitely true for my team. And we're often leaving out all this huge side of personalization, not only to patients, but also to doctors. Now my 30 minutes are gone. I hope you enjoyed this talk, and I'm very happy if you have questions. Thanks a lot.
No query. So such a wonderful session. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful conference. Bye.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we conclude the session. We hope that it was an enriching and informative experience. I once again, on the behalf of the fraternity of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, thank all the guests and dignitaries for their significant presence. We would also like to thank the students for their cooperation. Thank you so much.